wìnìwìnì balẹ̀ gbogbo ilẹ̀ á sì tutù bí ejò òwúrọ̀. Mọ́ṣẹ́bà Ẹlẹ́dùmarè tó láyé lọ́rùn. Àtọ́rí aláìsùn wọn ṣe ni ọba tí ń gbẹ́kú ẹni lódìndín. Ṣé bí wà ló fọ̀rọ̀ dálé ayé o? Kábíyèsí rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi àfìrí gbọ̀ngbọ̀n.
Orí adé tọmọdé tàgbà ní dáríjọ tí bọ̀gún àràbà bó bá ti di lọ́dọọdún. Ayé àmọ́ dáríjọ wá pínrẹ fún yín ní orí adé ó bàbá mi àgbógbógbó fèwú sókè kò sí ohun tí ó sọ bá ẹ ní kú mọ́ wa lọ́wọ́. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa máa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni. Àwa máa forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni o. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba wa ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni ẹ̀yin lẹ́mọ̀ bọ́ba yín ò jọ yín lójú. Àwa ń forí balẹ̀ fọ́ba ni. Kábíyèsí o.
Dàbí rẹ̀, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, nínú gbogbo alágbára ayé. Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, Olúwa, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀. Dàbí rẹ̀, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, nínú gbogbo alágbára láyé. Ta ló dàbí rẹ̀, Olúwa, ta ló dàbí rẹ̀. lonely at the top.
Lonely, lonely, lonely.
Money on my mind.
Money, money, money.
Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Stay on the road chasing my dream because I know.
Chase it for me. Wanna love like the man from my love. Barakoto Ikisha my love. Everyone see let Jack come along. No they find anybody na money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. What the K I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one. Go get another one. I go take and do it till I love.
Sarauniya TV, tashar
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us today. And we are going to be having covering some of the headlines and discussing some of the pertinent issues regarding the events of this week, the past week. And maybe we can even delve further and cover whatever we think is necessary during this conversation. And the purpose of the conversation is just to understand, share information, and as much as we can, try to avoid being offensive to people. The conversation is not here to discriminate against any group anywhere in the world, being racist, being xenophobic, being Afrophobic, being kwere, being against any religion, against any tribe, any ethnic group, any gender. And in short, the point is we are trying to bring people together so that we can enjoy this world, which we should enjoy, by the way, for there is not that much else to read. And that is the whole point. And sometimes we try to be very frank and we try to get to the truth of things because truth is good. And truth, truth is good. It doesn't mean it should be, out there all the time, but it's good. And it's closer to our purpose here. So let's have the conversation in good faith and let's try to be understanding. Let's not take offense, especially when I say something, especially me. Don't take offense. It's not personal. It's just me saying my thing. And don't also, come in here, trying to pose. We are not, this is not about posing. This is about trying to learn from each other. And it's not a big deal. And I think anybody that is worth their salt out there watching this will be happy to see people want to learn, not want to just share their opinion and block their ears. What is the point of that? It serves no purpose. No purpose under the sun. All right. So some of the headlines of the week is Osun election for Nigeria. There's a state in Nigeria called Osun State. For those people that don't know Osun, when they say Osun, people in America, people in wherever else, they will be confused. What do you mean by Osun? Is it some kind of son? What is it? Osun is a state in Nigeria. You know how they have states in America, Colorado, New York. You have that in Nigeria too, just in case you think we are living in the trees or whatever you want to take. We have Osun State in Nigeria, and surprisingly, they are having an election. Just in case you didn't think there was democracy in Nigeria, they were having an election, and the ruling party, APC, they call them APC, the party that is ruling, sent people to Osun State to influence the election, to show them that, we are the big boys. You have to vote for us. But it didn't go their way. So a lot of people are taking heart from that, saying, oh, they threw everything at Osun State and they still lost. The ruling party lost Osun State. And then the governor that won the election, immediately after he won the election, he went and endorsed the APC presidential election flag bearer. This is Nigeria. You're welcome. You're welcome. Let me play some of the news regarding this. Oh, I can't hear anything. Okay, let me put this one on. That one, the audio is faulty. I can't hear anything actually anyway. What's going on? I can't hear anything. No, the audio is faulty. Something's wrong with my audio. That's odd. Everything else seems to be working. That's very odd. I can't hear anything. I guess because of that, then since it looks like the news stuff seems to be having audio problems, which is strange that they all have audio problem. It's like they don't want to cover the Osun election. But don't worry, I will get it back up so that we can play it. They like it or not. Enemies of progress are not win this one. I will get the video and we'll all get to watch it. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pivot to a debate that was going on between a Nigerian and two British people. Regarding why there is Christian genocide in Nigeria, as they call it. And the discussion became about the Nigerian was trying to let the British people know, or trying to tell them that the reason why they are now talking about Christian genocide in the first place was because they left Nigeria in control of some northern elites. That is why we're having this problem, because those northern elites have been empowered to a point whereby they feel that they can even take down the more educated, more technically, advanced southerners. So let me just play the video so you hear what happened, or see what happened. Why is everything muted? That's very odd. The audio, every audio that I sent through is muted. I don't know what's going on. There's something wrong with our audio. It's like, that is really odd, because everything to do with the what they call it, the actual music is playing, but the new stuff is being blocked for some weird reason. I'm not sure why that is. Let me see. Every single new stuff is blocked. Why is that? That is quite odd, actually. I've never seen this before. That is really, really odd. And maybe there is something that I did that is causing this. I think the difference is that all the files that are doing this now are of recent this thing. Let me see. Maybe, this Google Chrome has decided to update itself so to allow people to share screens. If you're able to share screens, then that would be good, but it tends to be faulty, so be careful. Watch out. If I try to share the news and it goes off, I will be back. Just hold on. I will be back here. I just thought I should give you a heads up, because sometimes this system, it seems to be acting strange lately. Google Chrome and everything, they seem to be changing a lot of things these days. Let's see. Yeah, this is supposed to be able to share audio now, which is great. Or it's based on tabs, actually, so it's not exactly breaking news. It's when it's sharing windows, that's when it doesn't share audio. Okay, let's see if it should share this audio successfully. Let's try now. If it fails, hold on, I'll be back. Let's see. All right, it seems to be working. Let's play this. So this is the audio of the governor of Osun State that I was talking about. I think from what I gather, is going to visit President Tinubu after he defeated the Tinubu party, which is a good thing in politics. But I think one of the issues that arose from this was because he said the reason why he's supporting President Tinubu, not because he's performing very well, at least that's not what people heard, because he said because Tinubu was a Yoruba man, in other words, somebody from his tribe, is the reason why he's supporting President Tinubu. This is supposed to be a governor of a state and was just elected again, and he's using tribalism as the reason for supporting a candidate. But this is Nigeria. Let me play this.
On Thursday, visited President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja, his first known meeting with the president since winning re-election on August 15. Adeleke, who contested on the Accord party ticket, defeated the APC candidate Bola Ohiebamiji with 511,067 votes to 444,815. He presented his certificate of return to the president. Speaking to State House correspondents afterwards, the governor said he came to thank Tinubu, whom he called the father of the nation. Adeleke credited the president for allowing a free and fair election, saying, "That is why he allowed free and fair election, and that is the result to ensure that democracy lives in Nigeria." The visit followed Tinubu's earlier congratulatory message, in which the president described the outcome as a reflection of the will of the people of Osun. Osun State government.
See, this is the problem. This is why I said before people start saying Osun State is Osun, I don't know why they want to call it Osun. It's not Osun. It is Osun State. Just in case you didn't know. Now, let me play the video of what Davido was saying about the election.
And the love.
Davido, the musician.
Because the love was amazing. And this should be, my uncle, the governor, should be an example to all other government officials out there and governors. It shows that if you work well for the people will work well for you, no matter what. They brought everything they could have used, and it didn't work because the people were with us and God. I'm very excited for these next 4 years for my uncle. Look how Osun is already thriving already. So I can just imagine the plans for the next 4 years. But I really, really want to thank the Osun people, for standing by their delegates, standing by my family, and making sure we got re-elected. With all the intimidation, all the vote buying they did, what didn't they do? You know what I'm saying? And I remember somebody called me, somebody was talking to me about the election, I think a day before. And the person said it would be a miracle for us to get re-elected. To be a miracle, I know the person told me. But anyway, we have so much, future plans for the state. Myself, the chairman of the Sports Trust Fund, I wanted to do a lot of things, but I actually wanted to wait for the election to, pass by. I know during the campaign they were saying the chairman of the Trust Fund and I've not done anything, blah blah blah. I've not done anything, but I'm almost done with the stadium. I'm actually going to go and visit the stadium today. There are plans to also build a recreational center for the youth, which will involve football fields, swimming pools, paddle, tennis, basketball, track, everything sports, you know what I'm saying? So that's another project that I'm looking forward to. And most importantly, my job, a concert that we're meant to do my last tour. But I think in December, the stadium should be done, I think, before inauguration. So I think after inauguration, we'll have the new concert finally in Osun. And the love, I don't know how many times I cried that day, because the love was amazing. And this should be, my uncle, the governor, should be an example to all other government officials out there and governors.
Osun
It
State
shows
Governor
that
Ademola
if
Adeleke
you
on
work well for
Thursday
the
visited.
people will work well for you, no matter what. They brought everything they could have used, and it didn't work because the people were with us and God. I'm very excited for these next 4 years for my uncle. Look how Osun is already thriving already. So I can just imagine the plans, for the next 4 years. But I really, really want to thank the Osun people, for standing by their delegates, standing by my family, and making sure, we got re-elected. With all the intimidation, all the vote buying they did, what didn't they do? You know what I'm saying? And I remember somebody called me, somebody was talking to me about the election, I think a day before. And the person said it would be a miracle for us to get re-elected. To be a miracle, I love the person too. But anyway, we have so much, future plans for the state. Myself, the chairman of the Sports Trust Fund, I wanted to do a lot of things, but I actually wanted to wait for the election to, pass by. I know during the campaign they were saying the chairman of the Trust Fund and I've not done anything, blah blah blah. I've not done anything, but we're almost done with the stadium. I'm actually going to go and visit the stadium today. There are plans to also build a recreational center for the youth, which will involve football fields, swimming pools, paddle, tennis, basketball, track, everything sports, you know what I'm saying? So that's another project that I'm looking forward to. And most importantly, my job, the concert that we're meant to do my last tour. But I think in December, the stadium should be done, I think, before inauguration. I think after inauguration, we'll have the new concerts finally in Oshun. And the love, I don't know how many times I cried that day because the love.
See, Davido is talking for quite a long time. I just thought I should play him completely because I don't normally cover the Nigerian news as long. I just thought I should cover it today. Welcome, AY. It turns out that the format that you can play easily on this YouTube is not always easy to play. So now I've just covered the Nigerian news. That's the main thing going on in Nigeria this week. And there are other things going on too, but I think this one is the major one. I think what it shows is that there is a limit to what you can do with your political influence in Nigeria, even if you are the president. That said, though, it's the governor that was able to resist the president's influence. So we don't know what happens when a state that has a governor and another party member is running in that state, and that governor, let's say that governor supports the president's party, what will happen in that case? So we have not seen that yet, where a governor supports the president, but some other person still come and defeat that governor. If that happens, then all bets are off. But this is a good sign. It means that the states that are protected from the president's influence remain protected as long as the governors do their job, which shouldn't be too hard. In the case of Nigeria, it's not very hard to please people. It's just that people are too greedy. They don't want to please anybody. They just want to go and make money from office. And why are you showing the video? I'm not showing the video. The video is talking about politics now. That's why. Google Davido claim about Dangote on the ocean. I don't care about that. Listen, okay, maybe if you say something important about Dangote refinery, I think I would like to hear that. But I don't know why some of all this audio regarding what happened in Nigeria recently is not playing very well. But I will play this one that I've got so that people can see it about a Nigerian. I don't know, maybe AY, you've seen this video about this Nigerian that had to give two British guys a bit of a tongue lashing. Let me play it.
Would you like us to come and colonize you again and sort it out?
To come and colonize us again?
Yeah.
Sort it out?
Yeah, should we go over and colonize you and stop the horrific slaughter of Christians?
No, but that's what you have created.
Yeah, so should we sort it out?
When you talk about the benefit of the British Empire, he did as good as much as he did evil as well.
These
and
tribes.
it's quite rich for you to sit there thinking you can patronize someone as me that is more intelligent than you are.
Were these massacres happening when we were running your country?
I'm more intelligent and more educated than you, arrogant twat that is out there talking rubbish. You want to come and colonize Nigeria?
Wait. Were these massacres happening?
If you're allowed, can you?
Were these massacres happening
as
under
dumb
us?
As stupid as...
Hey. Listen, after watching this particular conversation, for once in my life, I wish I was Nigerian.
I'm telling you.
Like for real, for once in my life, after watching this particular video, it's on YouTube actually. I wish I was Nigerian. Now, so basically this conversation was between these two guys and then this Nigerian man about colonization. And basically the conversation was about colonization benefiting like Africans or the people that were colonized more than it harmed them. And the guy was like, this Nigerian man was like, bro, as much as colonization in a way benefited some people, for that one, you can't take it away. There have been some benefits from the colonization. But that you can't compare the detriments or the harm that it caused to the benefit that it got. It's like, this is like a 80-20 conversation that we are having. And you realize that there are some people who fall for this particular like conversation. They agree to the fact that had it not been for the white people, Africa would not be civilized. Meanwhile, these people came to meet civilization over here. And for whatever reason, migration was never a problem. For whatever reason, migration was never a problem when these people picked up their ships to come to Africa and come and extract all the resources we have over here to their places. When they came to Africa to come and pick up our people, to go there and build their country, it was never a problem. When these people were coming here without permission, it was no problem. But then when our people started going over there, that is when everything became a problem. You hear things like, had it not been for them, we will not have things like schools and then hospitals. Are you telling me that had it not been for their hospitals, we, our forefathers, would not have taken care of themselves? Like
that is just part of the video. I'm going to play the fuller video later on just to share the information regarding this. And this is one of those areas when you see that Nigerians, when you show them the face of the beast, they can get really confrontational. And maybe that's why they show us Tinubu and say, Tinubu is your enemy. Tinubu is your enemy. But you don't get to see what lies behind it. I like the way the Nigerian came out, because it was very, to be fair, when people watch that video, they would think he was just being confrontational, but that was not the case. He was actually being very civil from the beginning of the conversation and trying to explain why Nigeria is the way it is, and basically putting it on the foot of the British, what they did when they came to Nigeria. And this guy just switch up on him and start talking about colonization, that whether he want them to colonize Nigeria. And that's when he flew off. Now he was like, okay, you want to play dirty? I will show you dirty. he started insulting them and talking down to them like crazy. And they just shut up their mouth listening to him. So that is that anyway. Welcome, AY. I think I wanted to cover South Africa, because South Africa is an ongoing case, and it's a very, very serious case. And
I saw a video today. It was really bad.
Which one? What was it about?
They were attacking somebody. Sincerely, the blood was coming out from his face. I didn't really pay attention. I'm not sure the nationality. I just
South Africa
the video. Yeah.
Oh my God!
These people, they behave like animals.
They've lost their mind. They've lost their mind. And okay, let me play this video so I will see what to show you how this one. I find this a little bit disturbing, because to them, they don't even know how the goalposts has moved. I think viewers can view this video, and so you can understand that even the ones that don't consider themselves xenophobic, just hear the way they sound.
Had been cancelled.
So my career has been greatly impacted by the 30th June thing.
This girl is supposed not to be xenophobic, but let's hear.
You know, the march that happened. So I've always been internationally based. But ever since that 30 June thing happened, a lot of us, like a lot of our shows internationally have been cancelled.
For real? Yeah.
Tommy, you're seeing me here, baking.
I thought it's new management.
No, it's not about new management. I mean, they're cancelling our gigs. Clear overseas.
Would you rather do the international?
The internationals pay more, but my chat is that when I was put in that space, I had to speak out against it. Not because I had to, because of the money, but I felt a sense of loyalty towards my supporters, because 80% of my supporters were from different, like, African countries.
You heard what she said? She felt a sort of loyalty to her supporter, not because what is happening is wrong.
Yeah.
You see, that... this is not Dudula. This is not match on match person. That is how they sound. They don't know how far they are from the reservation. Not because what they are seeing, they don't understand that what they are doing is wrong. They don't even understand that. Let me carry on playing this.
It would be so unfair for me not to speak against it. And that was a bit of a problem, because I got a bit of backlash from South Africans that were speaking up against basically the xenophobia that was happening.
Do we have xenophobia?
Yes, we do.
No.
It's a huge problem.
No.
Hi,
guys.
I also got a lot of backlash for speaking about it. Like, it's a really bad problem.
No, please, guys. Like, do we have xenophobia?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? After many months of foreigners leave our country, Bahamas, people are living in the camps, and these people are acting as if they don't know what is happening, because it's like, how is this possible? How can human beings be like this? And this lack of self-awareness that is going on in South Africa, I think is something that they are going to live to regret so much. It's like, it's so big. And why did Africans allow South Africa to become like this? That should tell you something about Africans too. Like, we Africans, the Niger Congo, they have allowed South Africa to get out of control, in the sense that if you look at it, the African continent, the sub-Saharan African continent, which is a black continent, gives South Africa in excess of $36 billion after everything is calculated every single year. $36 billion. That's what they gain from the entire African continent, minus North Africa. I'm sure they're gaining something from North Africa too. And all that money shoveled to them. Where do you think the money is going? To the elites in South Africa. And whom are these elites? You will know them. So in other words, South Africa is like a conduit to hoover up a lot of wealth from Africa into the hands of the elites in South Africa. And when they have that resources, who do they use it against? Us again. And these guys, I don't know, man. They're in Class Kukula. I'm beginning to try to follow South African channels. This is how this guy is following them, because that's when you know how far they are from the reservation. They don't have a clue what they are doing. They're acting as if they don't know anything about xenophobia. Let me just carry on playing, please, so you guys can hear.
Yeah, we do have xenophobia.
Don't be obtuse, please. Genuinely, we have a lot of it.
We have xenophobia in a sense
And
that,
it's bad.
In the sense that?
It's gonna be the same thing. You always get dragged again, but it's okay. I will
Get
do it
dragged for
again.
what you-
So my career has been greatly impacted by the 30th June thing. You know, the march that happened. So I've always been internationally based. But ever since that 30 June thing happened, a lot of us, like a lot of our shows internationally have been cancelled.
For real?
Yeah.
Tommy, you're seeing me here, Bekele Beke.
I thought it's new management.
No, it's not about new management. I mean, they're cancelling our gigs. Clear overseas.
Would you rather do the international?
The internationals pay more, but my take is that when I was put in that space, I had to speak out against it. Not because I had to, because of the money, but I felt a sense of loyalty towards my supporters, because 80% of my supporters were from different African countries. It would be so unfair for me not to speak against it. And that was a bit of a problem, because I got a bit of backlash from South Africans that were speaking up against basically the xenophobia that was happening.
Do we have xenophobia?
Yes, we do.
No.
It's a huge problem.
No.
Hi,
guys.
I also got a lot of backlash for speaking about it. Like, it's a really bad problem.
No, please, guys. Like, do we have xenophobia?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, we do have xenophobia.
Don't be
like. You heard what the other lady said. She got a lot of backlash for speaking about it. Not necessarily, you have not even started talking about it. The moment you call it xenophobia, how dare you? That's the attitude.
Please, genuinely, we have a lot of it.
We have xenophobia in a sense
And
that,
it's bad.
In the sense that?
It's gonna be the same thing. You always get dragged again, but it's okay. I will do it again.
That was not all. Then came Zimbabwe. In fact, Musa Keys was also removed from the mighty Zimbabwe bonfire festivals.
Okay, let's talk about some of the artists from South Africa getting their shows or concerts being cancelled within Africa, okay? The latest one, I don't know how true this is, it's alleged, okay? It's Mafikizolo. So apparently they were meant to go and perform in Zimbabwe, and they got their concert or show cancelled. And there's reasons behind all of that, basically. I think the rest of Africa has been watching to see if, any of all these South Africans that have like a huge following are basically saying anything in regards to the marches. I would say so. Music has been one person to me that has been outspoken a lot, like in these matters. Not only now, even in the past. I mean, anytime he has spoken, he has been attacked for being, this and that. So yes, shows are going to be cancelled. Things are going to change within Africa.
So he's not the only person.
So that is just one of the news regarding this South African, basically Afrophobia, really. And the Jacinta group, March on March, went to have some kind of arrangement now with Afroforum. Afroforum is the organization that accused Black South Africans of white genocide. They were the ones that took it to the White House to accuse black South Africans of genocide against white people. And Jacinta, that is attacking black people, went to this organization to kind of have some kind of understanding with them on some work that they want to do together. I said there's something to learn from them and how they can work together within the community in South Africa. It's like you can't make this up. You really can't make this up. This is how crazy societies have become. What is going on there? You know, I always tell many Africans, the Zimbabweans and everything, to just, you know, carry their popcorn and just start waiting, because what is going to happen in that country, there has to be some kind of exorcism, because this is pure madness. It's like the kind of stuff you see going on in Israel right now. It's a kind of madness. When the people have gotten to this point, they've lost touch with reality. And for some reason, I don't know how this happens, but I think it's something that happens over and over again. I think they shared something that I've not seen before. I think they call it some kind of a chart. If I find that page, I will share it. It's a chart whereby if you change the public discourse to a point whereby you will see that people will start following that discourse, and when they do it enough, that will become the norm. And that's what South Africa has gone into. Once you get to that point, it's hard to shift it back so easily. And that's what Israel has gotten to. That's why the Israelis now are so kind of, you know, they can't seem to relax. All they care about is fighting now. And South Africans are in that space now. They can't seem to relax. All they care about is xenophobia. That's all they seem to care about. And I think that xenophobia is going to lead to ANC losing power. And if ANC loses power, what is going to replace ANC? The only viable party that can replace ANC, that is not going to implode South Africa immediately, is the apartheid kind of aligned regimes. Yeah, because if Zuma's party takes over, Zuma's party is Zulu based.
MK.
Yeah, it's going to implode. It's going to implode South Africa. So this is the situation we are facing right now, and South Africa, to be fair, has a kind of, whether you call it punching above its weight or a kind of subsuming a lot of African countries. Do you know Southern Africa is actually South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, quite a few countries. The population of Southern Africa is actually less than the population of the Hausa people in Nigeria. The entire Southern Africa. But now, the first time they created SADC, it was only the Southern African countries that were in it, like Namibia, South Africa. Their population was very small. Then they started going with SADC to start bringing in East African countries like Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia. I think Zimbabwe was either somehow closer to this is Central African Republic. They brought that one in. They brought Angola in. They brought all those people into SADC. So I asked myself, when all this was happening, why did Nigeria not do anything about ECOWAS? Why did they not look to expand ECOWAS to Cameroon, that is next door to us, that we have so much in common with? Why did they not look to expand it to, especially Central African Republic has been so vulnerable for a long time? Why didn't they extend it to DRC? Is part of SADC. DRC, that is Central African Republic, is part of SADC.
Nigeria don't have a plan now. We've never have a plan. We are not strategic.
I really find out Nigeria is so quiet. And AY, do you know another thing I find out today? That Nigeria has in common with many other parts of the world. I didn't know that the Chinese are relatively quite hated in the Asian continent. Like they see them as very rude, brashy, and all the rest. So I asked myself, is it common that the biggest nation among any race, they tend to bash them a lot? And then I thought about the Europeans, and I noticed how they bash the Americans a lot. And then I thought about the Indians. I noticed how they bash India a lot too. So maybe it's a common thing, and they bash Nigeria a lot in Africa too.
Yeah, so when you have population, that's bound.
Yeah, it's like your group tend to pick on you a lot when you have a lot of population. So maybe it's something we cannot, because sometimes I'm beginning to defend Nigeria too much. But maybe the reason why they attack us is beyond reason. It's not even proper rational thought, because they're attacking China too. They see the Chinese. They say the Chinese are like, they come anywhere, they just wreck the place and go away. And so it's a very, very interesting dynamics actually. In Europe, I don't know, Europeans, they see America as a bad boy, so they pick on this. I don't know the dynamics within Europe itself though. They do pick on Germany, but not a lot, you know. But if you look at them as a race, it's America that they pick on. So, but I said, you can decide to discuss the Oshun one. You know, I heard about some of the stuff Sari Dokubo and his people are doing in the South. You can discuss about this South African nonsense that is going on. And whatever you want to touch on, and news that we didn't cover.
Honestly, the Osho election, I don't even know what you are discussing about it.
Well, I'm confused though. I'm confused. Educate me a little bit more about it.
Yeah, people are just talking too much about it. You know, when it comes to political space in Nigeria, people are very emotional. They don't want to hear the truth. They just say what they like, what will make them feel good. This is the problem. The actual election is very simple. Sincerely, from what I'm looking, I don't have any specific information. Tinubu was not interested in that state. This is my understanding. Yes, the election was good. It was free affair. That is what I will expect from every state. But there are some federal might you can bring to a state if you really want to win an election. If you follow up with that election, the president was never in the state of campaign. The vice president was not there. So what I think really happened, you know, Adeleke initially wanted to decap to APC. The former governor, which is Tinubu's nephew, Oyetola stopped him from decapping to the party. Oyetola sincerely is not really a politician. He was just an accidental politician Tinubu pushed to go to contest for governorship of the state. That's even the problem with Tarekbe and Tinubu. That's where they started having issues. He lost the first. He won the first election. Really, that election was heavily rigged. I think Adeleke won that election, in my understanding. The second election, Adeleke won. But this one, instead of him to contest, he refused to contest. He kind of pushed somebody else to contest for the election. He knows Adeleke is popular, is strong in the state. You know, politics is local. Whatever you say, it doesn't really matter. Politics is local. This is one understanding we need to have. Adeleke is popular. Adeleke family is a popular family. You know, you have Davido, father, they have the resources, they can fight if they want to fight. But I think when they notice the struggle is going to be too much, they try to decap to APC instead of fighting. Let's just make this thing easy. Oyetola, in my understanding, made a big mistake. If you have a popular candidate like Adeleke, you let him come into the party. Then you share power. It's just negotiation. Sit down on the table. Okay, the commissioner, you are going to give APC the traditional APC half. I will take half. SSG, chief of staff, you guys, you can negotiate anything really. The power structure, the structure of the party, you can share it. Say, okay, we share the power. But he refused to share power. You can even call, okay, we are going to bring deputy governor. This is how to negotiate power. Because you know very well it's going to be hard to defeat him. And the other mistake is he did not allow the APC primary to go freely. He stopped some people from competing, like the former secretary, what was his name? The former secretary of APC, well, he was contesting for the position. He is very popular. He's a very popular figure in the state politically. If I remember his name, I will let you know. He's very popular. You stop him from contesting, that him and his group, they'll be hungry. He is actually in the first election of Oyetola, he was instrumental for them winning that election because there was a rerun. he came in to support the APC candidate. The Ashomole then, I think he was the chairman. They strike a deal with him, Omishore. They strike a deal with Omishore. So that was how when they went for a run, he won the election. So now you isolated Omishore at this group. Omishore is, if anybody that knows Omishore, is a strong politician in the Ife. It's actually the strongest politician there. He controls a lot of the vote. So he could not even make an agreement with Omishore. Then Omishore, from what I learned, it was kind of against his candidate. So I think if to election, they kind of give instruction, don't vote for this guy. So I really, to be honest, again, if Tinubu, I personally feel, if Tinubu was really interested in that election, he could have deployed anything and make sure the election go his way.
So, but why do you think he doesn't care for it? Because if he doesn't win it in the election, that's one southern state.
Tinubu is a very dangerous politician. When you don't like, most time we don't know how to be objective.
Yeah, but hold on. Why
Let me tell you how.
Let me question. Now you've been talking. Why do we say it's a dangerous politician in the sense that?
Let me explain it to you.
Let me finish now. You've not letting me finish the question. Is it not the opposition that is the problem? Because me now, from where I see it, I see an opposition party that is the problem in Nigeria, not even the president. Because the president came into office with 36% of the vote.
Yeah. I will explain to you what Tinubu did. Tinubu is play safe. Tinubu cannot afford to fight some fight. So in 2023, Tinubu lost Oshu State. He lost Oshu State. Part of the reason why he lost the state was because they were, Oyetola and Adeleke were in Supreme Court. They were about to deliver Supreme Court judgment. I think in Adeleke understanding, I need to prove a case that PDP...
Yeah, but hold on. You are narrating from the point of view of Tinubu. You're not looking at what the other side did, except you have evidence that Tinubu is the one that destroyed the other side. The other side is the problem.
The other side is the opposition.
Why are you surprised that he lost? He wasn't popular. Tinubu he wasn't a popular presidential candidate. He was supposed to lose.
Tinubu was... Yes. Okay, let me explain it to you. You see, politics is local. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So the leaders of a state, of local government, the way Nigeria political atmosphere is structured, they control the vote of the people. This is the honest truth. So because of that Supreme Court case, Adeleke was trying to prove a point that PDP have control of the state. He has to fight. So now, I think Adeleke is telling Tinubu, okay, what I think, the discussion I think they had, Mr. President, allow this election to go free and fair. If I win the election, I'm going to support you. So I think that understanding was there. So Tinubu is looking now, okay, if I go to Oshu to fight, if I lose, the governor will go after me. So I will still lose the state. So Tinubu is now playing safe. You know what? Now you have the opposition, you have your party. Right now, in the main presidential election, what you will see, you have a court party, the governor structure supporting Tinubu. You have the core AP supporting Tinubu. So you might end up getting 70-80% of the votes from that state, because there is nobody to, Atiku don't have the men or ground, or Peter Obi does not have the men or ground to compete with the governor structure and APC structure in the state right now.
So your thinking is that Tinubu and the PDP party or Accord, they are all like they
are currently one. Yeah,
they are the same one. Okay, that's fine.
So let me say this: that is the politics Tinubu has been playing, because now he just released his campaign council, whatever they call it. The DG was from the north, because Tinubu wanted to secure the southern vote. In the north, he will go and fight, because if Atiku is contesting, Peter Obi is contesting, he will have a fight. Peter Obi is popular in the middle belt. Peter Obi will still get a lot of vote in the middle belt. Tinubu will have article to deal with in the northwest and northeast. So Tinubu is playing safe because even in the southeast now, you saw the south, the whole south now is locked down. They are kind of supporting him. But if the election is free and fair, of course, Peter Obi will still get a lot of votes in those areas. Peter Obi will do well as well. But it's tried, even in the southeast, all the governors are supporting Tinubu. This is the truth. All the governors in the south.
The same thing in the other election too. It doesn't mean that the southeast and the south will go the way, almost the same way it went the last time, no matter what the governors are doing. It will go the same way because I think the Nigerian people, they even during the last election, many of the governors were still supporting APC or PDP, but they still went.
Last election was different. No, it was different. Last election was different.
It's similar in the sense that many of the governors were supporting PDP and APC.
Yes,
and
PDP
none of
and
them
APC.
forced their people to vote their parties. They voted for Peter Obi.
Let me tell you the difference right now. Let me tell you the difference. Peter Obi is popular, of course. Even no matter what, even all the governors are supporting Tinubu in the southeast. Peter Obi definitely gonna get not less than 80% of the vote in the southeast. In the southwest, he's definitely gonna do well, especially places like Edo, Delta. In fact, if you allow the election to go, Peter Obi can claim three states in the south. If they allow the election to be free,
out of how many states?
Out of 6, he will at least claim.
I think he will get 3 states out of 6.
Yeah, he can get. If they can guide their vote, he will get 3-4 states in the south. I'm sure of that. So now here is the problem. 2023 election, Edo State governor was PDP.
Edo is the tricky one. Edo is the tricky one.
Edo,
one.
Edo governor was PDP. So you have Labour Party, you have APC. APC is a very strong party in Edo too, even as at 2023, because Shomole control Edo North vote. So Tinubu will definitely win Edo North. Where the battle is Edo Central, the Benin. It's a big battle because APC is also popular there. Peter Obi is popular. So now PDP is out. It's going to be between APC and Labour and NDC.
But the last election, the people that voted, a lot of Peter Obi won very strong vote in Edo.
Peter Obi won strong.
It wasn't a composite. So maybe, see, my thinking is that that's why I said the election may still go the same way, because even if Tinubu's vote will grow in all these states, but the result may still be the same. Because remember, Tinubu was far behind in some of the states Peter Obi won. Those people that voted for him are still alive. All he needs to do is energize them to be able to come out, which I believe Peter Obi has reduced their enthusiasm to an extent. He has reduced it.
You are right, but here is what I'm going to tell you. Quote me anywhere. Tinubu will do much, much better in South than 2023. Quote me anywhere. If anybody doubts me,
whether he's going to win, he's going to flip the election is a different thing. Because flipping election, you have to look at the swing. The swing has to be massive.
It's true. You know. If you watch 2023, right? Well, if you study the results, Tinubu won. I think they all got like 12 states each.
Yes.
But Tinubu advantage was this. Even the state he lost, he was very close to the first.
Yes.
Especially in the north. So he was very close. So he was just pushing article in the north. So that was, even in Lagos State, Peter Obi won, right? Tinubu was very close. It's not like it's a big margin. So this is the problem. So you need to beat him house down because of the party is the strongest party in the country. So they have structure. So when you hear structure, what happened with this structure is the people, the politicians are gonna fight to get vote either anyhow. by hook or crook. They are going to fight for the vote because that is what the party will use to assess them for positions. So if you win your local government, it's more like, yeah, that guy, they can easily push you and say, okay, we're giving you something. So because of that, and don't forget, money, a lot of money is involved. So it's election is not easy, to be honest.
Let me just do something. Let me just do something. Somebody's on the chat, and let me just do that.
Who is that?
Niger
is here. I don't know who is that.
Backstage. Who are you? I'm not sure I've seen you here before. You have to put your camera on so that we can see you. Then I can bring you on. Niger. And regarding the what was that I wanted to say? Like, share, and subscribe. As you can see on the screen, it's very important that you like, share, and subscribe. I don't want my camera on. Sorry, that is the requirement that we have for the live stream. You have to have your camera on to be able to come on live. I'm sorry. That is the rules. I don't make the rules. People make the rules. It is what it is. People want to see people's face when they are talking, and soon some of this show will start going on TV. So you want to have your camera on. Nobody wants to be talking to an icon on TV. That said, or listening to somebody talking from an icon. So let me go back to having people like, share, and subscribe. Please endeavor to like, share, and subscribe. This helps other people to view see the video, and the YouTube algorithm will have them coming to watch. And this is important because the channel, what we are doing here is to share our opinions and insight into the events that are happening all around you. And none of us have any political leanings to being bribed to say what we don't want to say. If you are, a lot of you pay a lot of money for your TV channels and TV that you watch at home, but you're not supporting this one. And many of you are going to go to church tomorrow and support churches. And, for all the good churches do you, we too are telling you the truth here, unadulterated, unfiltered. Nobody is forcing us to say anything. And it's very, very important. And this is where news is going to. In this world where there's AI and all kinds of ways of confounding people, this is where you want to be. You want to be listening to people that are sharing their honest opinion of what they are observing in the real world. And also, if you have anything to contribute to the channel. It doesn't do you any it might do you to take some money from your pocket, but it will add some good to this world. And it's one of the ways you can do some good, because when people are discussing and sharing opinion in a civil manner, it's one of the greatest good in this world, and we need more of it, isn't it? Given the challenges that the world is facing now. So try to like, share, and subscribe. It's not going to do it. We have almost 40 people watching. Just go and like the button, and so that others can join. And the work we are doing here is very important. It may not seem that way, but in days to come, you'll find out more and more and more that this is where the real information is. Because all those people on the bigger channels, they have all been kind of, you know how it is. They can't speak their mind. They have invested millions, maybe even billions in their the TV channels. And if they do the wrong thing, they can be sanctioned and they'll be out of business. And that person will be out of money and out of livelihood. And nobody wants that. That's why they're afraid to speak the truth. Here, who is going to sanction AY? That means, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to us that has never been done? This is why we are important. So share, like, and subscribe. Subscribe is important. I don't know why the Damage's channel should be growing. Yeah, you have come here. You know what? I'm getting angry now. Many of you come here, you don't share the channel on your YouTube channel, your Facebook. You don't share it on Instagram so that people can come and watch this. Why are you not sharing it? If other people, all those people that speak one language, okay, let me know. People that want to kill Nigeria, call it Nigeria zoos and all the rest. That's the one people want to come and share and everything. But when you hear people trying to discuss actual things that are going to change Nigeria, you don't want to share them with other people. The channel should be growing, but it's not. If you have money, put your hand in your pocket and donate. Soon I will start wearing this thing to preach, so that people start donating, because this is ridiculous. If you go to some of these religious channels, you can't believe how much they donate to churches. Yeah, what is it? Okay, let me not insult religion. Before I start comparing Dr. Damages to churches. But point is, you people go to churches. Even some of all you people, who is that? Is that Chioma on the chat? No, Chioma doesn't go to church. She's a heathen. So who else? I've seen Speed Video probably goes to church. They go to church, they go and donate for their Lord and personal Savior, but they will not donate to Dr. Damages. They will need Dr. Damages to you people. It costs a lot of effort and money to put this channel together. It really does. It's not easy to organize and come here every weekend consistently to discuss these things. And the more you support the channel, the more people will come and view. Look at that. How many people are here right now? Out of 80,000 subscribers, how many people are here right now? The reason why they are not here is because the news appears to them as, it's not hateful enough, it's not divisive enough. If it's divisive, you see them, they will start rushing in. Why do you wait until something is bad before there's something wrong with that psyche that waits until things are bad? I do that sometimes too, I must say. Why do you have to wait until things are bad before you listen to reasonable people? Some people just want the world to burn before they behave the right way. Behave the right way now. Support the ones that are doing the right thing. Don't support those crazies that are reading from, data boys, all those data boys that talk nonsense. You see, Keriba is telling me to stop. How dare you? You go to tomorrow now, you know who Keriba is. Is he a guy or a woman? I'm not even sure. That name is gender fluid. that name is gender fluid. You should be supporting the channel. What do you mean stop? I'm not going to stop. You should be supporting the channel. What did Dr. Damage do you people? Come on. All right, let's get back to the topic anyway. I will be back. I don't think this is over. This is not over. This is not over. I'm not stopping. Don't make me this thing carry on talking now.
Before I forget, I don't know if you watch the fight online that has been going on between Tinubu and Atiku as regard to subsidy. So I think that's a very good discussion too. Actually, yeah.
He's asking what he uses the subsidy for. See, I am tired of Nigerian opposition. They make me want to puke. I'm tired of them. They are the worst of the worst. I think the opposition has more blame than Tinubu at this stage. Seriously, I really believe that now, because Tinubu won with 36% of the vote. You can't tell me a party or a group of people that won 60-70% of the vote cannot, and many of them don't even have technically, they don't even have real ideology. They just like power. They don't even like power enough to want to.
They are not organized too. They are not. So let me just quickly say this, right? Sincerely, to be fair to Peter Obi, you see, if you say this, people come for you. They think you hate Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not a core politician. Peter Obi is just
not a politician. Man. I think people not core. He's not a politician.
So
he's not a politician.
It's just that when you say this, so people think, no. Peter Obi is a good man. I strongly believe if you give him opportunity, he will do well. But he does not even have what it takes.
He doesn't politic. He doesn't like to politic.
Yeah. Peter Obi is I call him a perfect gentleman. So he doesn't. It's not like typical Nigerian madness people. That's not who he is. But
he's like a technocrat. If you can, how they brought technocrat. If you bring him to come and govern, he will govern. That's the kind of person. That's how he is.
He will give you results.
If you expect him to shake hand with you under the table, do things, oh my God, you are going to have a lot of problem with him.
What I would think something, if not for like he contested. You see, Peter Obi would have been a very good minister of economy, like coordinating the economy. He can do a lot, You don't need to really be a president, but he just right now. I'm sorry. Look, if you watch from 2023 till now, when you watch the political trajectory of Peter Obi, he has not really improved. He has not actually improved from what he got last time. Because now he's going to have a bigger fight. Here is the reason. The reason is that in the last election, prior to the election, the politician actually underrated Peter Obi. I remember still shouting to people, I said, it's a big mistake to underrate Peter Obi. He has true lovers, people that love him, right? That was similar to Buhari. People don't know that. Buhari, that's why when you see Buhari, doesn't matter the party he goes, he gets 10 million votes. He doesn't even run around. He doesn't matter. People just love him genuinely. That's same as Peter Obi. But as a politician, because if Buhari has not had an alliance with the Tinubu group and the South, he will never be president. So that alliance was strong, and with a lot of negative energy that were coming from PDP and
but AY though, AY, you see, if you think about it though, the only area I would say P2B tried to be politician was how he was able to get Kwankwaso on his side. That was one of, if he had Kwankwaso the first run, he would have won hands down. I think that vote that he got, he would have had about 2 million or more votes and eclipse this in Tinubu. But he didn't do that at that time. Now
he tried.
I think his gravest mistake he made this time was to join ADC in the first place. Maybe even to leave Labour Party was where the mistake started.
Yes, so that is where, if he was a politician, he will make sure he take over the Labour Party structure, because he was the presidential candidate. He was not supposed to allow them to go. You make sure you take over the party. I find that
unbelievable that he left the party.
Yeah, he left the party now. So that's the struggle number one. And let me also tell you, Kwankwaso does not even have option at this time. So the reason why you see Kwankwaso agreed to be VP, he ran out of option. So that's the only safe route he can take. But 2023, if Kwankwaso was on the ticket with Peter Obi, that could have been a real
they would have won it. I think they would have won it.
So right now, the struggle, part of the struggle the North are dealing with is, if you allow a new Southern person to come into power, what will happen? He's gonna demand for 8 years. So the Northern politician, the way they think in terms of power, not even in terms of development. The Northern politician. So they want you to give power back to us in 4 years. So they will not trust, because of their experience with good luck, they will not trust a new candidate. This is problem number one. Peter Obi need to resolve very fast. When it comes to Atiku, is just disrupting the political structure. For me, I think Atiku does not have business contesting, but don't underrate Atiku as well. Atiku can pull the plugs.
But he's not going to win now. He can't beat Atiku. Stands zero chance of beating Tinubu. That's the problem.
Atiku though, he should just, if I were him, I would have actually give support to Peter Obi. I will go and sit down. Because first of all, Atiku is 80 years. Why are you contesting? You know what I mean? Like,
and you know what he said? Oh, he's not going to run the next time. So you're not going to run the next time after Tinubu has finished his run for office. Yeah, you spoiled everything for anybody to beat Tinubu, then you leave when Tinubu is out of office. What kind of, if I didn't know better, I would say many of these people are just there to ensure Tinubu gets into office, because the way they behave, anybody can see that if they don't like Tinubu, they don't want Tinubu to be, because after all, Peter Obi ran with Kwankwaso as VP. So how is it that you guys cannot figure out the way to say, you know what, we like each other more than we like that guy. Let's get rid of him first.
Not only that. Atiku used to have a lot of support in the South. Right now, the support is not there. Apart from few people from Southeast that are just making noise.
That's why I say he can't beat Tinubu. He doesn't have a chance.
No, he cannot, because right now the South is going to be a battleground between, not apart from the Southeast. So Southeast, Peter Obi will take it. Southwest, Tinubu will take it. South is going to be a battleground in the South between Tinubu and Peter Obi. So if opposition can come together, I think we'll still have a lot of influence. Not to direct him in the North.
But I still think that Atiku will lose votes in the north because
No,
of
what I'm
the presence of
saying.
Kwakwanso.
Here is the strength of Atiku. If Atiku was genuine, really wanted to support Peter Obi, Atiku could have talked to some political leader in the north, even giving them that confidence. Listen, this guy is gonna do 4 years. This guy, we make sure we have agreement. Is gonna do 4 years. And the second thing, is ready to work with us. Kind of give the assurance. Vote for him.
I think the only person that will convince Northerners of this is, funny enough, is in jail right now. Was El-Rufai.
Yeah.
They had the power to do this.
That is why they are
very
keeping
shifty, but they trust El-Rufai.
Let me tell you, the only reason Tinubu is keeping El-Rufai right now, he knows El-Rufai is the fearless guy there that can disrupt
that would have caused trouble. El-Rufai would have maybe PWB would not have even left ADC if El-Rufai was still around. And it was a how did El-Rufai get himself in trouble? Even why did he go and do what he did? It was a senseless thing for him to do.
Yeah, it was senseless. But you see what they will do with El-Rufai. You see that they released him a month or few times to election or after election, except there is a force from the court to say release this guy. They are not willing because they are scared. El-Rufai is the only person that can speak up, so they don't want to deal with that. He's bold, he's fearless. That's why you see the.
So let me ask you then. If this president is to lose this election, let's say he's going to lose the election, what will be the part? What will be the possible reason and part for him to lose?
It's gonna be like did not go against him, fully going against him. That was the same for 2023. You see, Tinubu, to be honest, he has when it comes to politicians across the country, it's in their good book because he knows how to give, he knows how to negotiate. This is his strength. But if he's gonna lose that election is gonna be from the north. That's the only time he can lose the election. The north will revolt, you know. You see. So the campaign can change a lot, though. You see, that issue of subsidy they were discussing, I've mentioned that thing here. Sometimes, you don't give me credit. What Frank Schwab, I listened to Frank Schwab yesterday. Frank Schwab is one of the spokesmen of Atiku. His analysis was on point. So what Frank Schwab is saying, I know on the part of Atiku is desperation. He's trying to do everything. Because even Peter Obi, I will also fought him on the subsidy issue. It's not coming clearly. You have to come clearly as a presidential candidate. It's either I'm in support of removing subsidy, or if I remove subsidy, this is what I'm going to do to alleviate the poverty in the country, or I'm gonna go negotiate with the refineries, with the indigenous refinery. Even some people will say that it's not indigenous. For me, it's indigenous. I'm gonna negotiate. I say, okay, now we know the litter that are consuming it, because here is the problem with subsidy. Before
Operation Epstein Fury.
Which one?
Go ahead. Sorry.
So before Dangote, the problem was how they were diverting the oil, diverting the subsidy money. The oil was not really going to the people. That is why you see the scarcity you were seeing. So you give them money, you pay them money for subsidy, the independent marketers. They take the oil from Nigeria, they divert it to Ghana, divert to Ivory Coast, divert to Cameroon, divert to wherever. They go make double money. So when there is little problem, you see scarcity in Nigeria. Right now, we have a refinery here. You can be in agreement with Dangote and say, you know what? Let's peg the price of
Sorry. I think AY, sorry. Hold on, AY. So, hold on. I think I'm sorry about that. I'm just hearing sounds everywhere. Let me thank let me do this. Let me come close. Madam Chief Executive. This is Choma. Oh, sorry. Chokwe didn't donate to this channel. Chokwe is an enemy of progress right now. But Choma has donated $10 to Dr. Damage's channel. Thank you, Madam, Mrs., Miss, in short, whatever title you prefer, Choma, for the donation. You see, that is the kind of this is prosperity wanting people that we want on this channel. We have to appreciate people that are supporting the budding social media news providers of the channel, not people that just want to insult us on the channel, not wanting to contribute. I like your contribution, but sometimes, put your hand in your pocket and support the channel, because Dr. Damages, you don't know the work he puts in. He could be working somewhere, but he comes here. Do you know what I have to take off for what I need to do? I might seem like I don't have a life, but I do. We come here, AY has a life. I'm not so sure about AY. AY, we are not clear on where AY is, but AY has a life. He must have a life. I know he does. He's the father of all nations in America. There, he has a lot of family. He takes care of this, but he comes here, and you can see that he's very articulate. He knows his stuff, so he tries to tell you the truth the way he sees it. It's good that you guys donate and the like I see there is just 9 likes. 9 likes. Almost 50 people are watching us. Why is this the case? You guys should go and I go to some channel. I don't know why the people that view this channel, they are so relaxed. They are really relaxed. Come on, you need to make an effort for the channel, because it's a kind of two-way street. And I think maybe that's our mistake. We are not taking into account that this is a two-way thing. It's a two-way thing. You support. It's like a community-based channel whereby the community, helps the channel to become stronger. And if you make the channel stronger, because it's your channel, technically, because it's a community-based one, they are more likely to represent you. Just like you want leaders to represent you, this is where it starts. You have to start with people that share your views, that share the vision you have for your country, talking about the issues, trying to highlight and flag the problems that are within this in the nation, so that we can help solve the problem. That is how it works. So support Dr. Damages, so that more and more things will be happening, So thank you, Madam. Miss Choma, soon to be Mrs. So thank you. I really appreciate that. And we are seeing all the others that are supporting us, Bala Blue, and the others have insulted me today. It's all right. It's all good already. The other one says, I'm like an ostrich putting my head in the sand. And AY too, they are calling you ostrich, that you're not seeing clearly with what happened in the Ocean State. So, but that said, anyway, thank you for that, Madam. Choma. So please go ahead with your analysis before we move on to outside Nigerian talk.
Yeah.
So you were talking about this election. In my own case, the part I see him losing this election is one of the biggest threats he faces is if somehow something happens between now and the election that materially transform the country to a situation where people remember what happened in 2023 when he removed the subsidy and flooded the currency, the difficulty people experienced.
Everything now.
No, they are experiencing it now, but seriously, people, what I feel now on the ground, I feel like, we like it or not, people feel like things are improving. I'm telling you, it may not seem like that way, but it appears you cannot live in a country that has been experiencing fierce scarcity.
In terms of the
then suddenly you're not having it anymore.
See, Dangote refinery was a plus for the country. So
Big
obviously the president will take advantage. He will take advantage of it, right? Yeah. So it's a plus for the country, but the poverty at the lowest level is still very, very high. It's a problem. I think in the past 1 month, I would say insecurity has significantly reduced, at least banditry, the terrorism, Boko Haram, I will say significantly reduced, but we need to see something better, you know.
To be fair, I wouldn't say significantly. I think maybe
Okay.
it's a lull of the rainy season, and
you see, you have a point right there.
People, when people say this, like you forget that this is what happens every time. Towards the election,
Yeah.
it will spike up again, and it goes up. So, what you said there about Dangote saving the government, I actually think after Dangote, then you look at universities. They've not gone on strike for a while now. They've had that period when they didn't go on strike for about 6 years or so. I think in the early 2000s or so. So since then, they've just been going up and down. The fact that they've not gone on strike or not even talking about going on strike at this stage is a plus too. And then parents that used to fork out money to pay for their children's school fees, they are not doing it anymore. So no matter how we try to,
I don't. No. That issue of student loan to me is BS. I don't support it. Let me explain to you.
You don't support student loans?
Let me explain to you. First of all, you need to go do independent research. Walk into any university where you go there, at least. Walk into any university. Try to interview the student. You see, you look at student loan. What is the criteria for giving student loan? Number one, you don't have a system to share student loan. Because let me finish this. Let me finish this. Nigeria education system is highly subsidized already. What I think the government should do, because we don't have the data.
But it's not fair. Do they get the student loan or not? Because my point was that when you are getting student loans, it means parents don't have to bring that money out.
How many percentage of students you think get a student loan?
And that's what I'm hoping that you share with us.
Okay, first of all, you need to know. Listen, it's different when you say every student in University of Lagos will give you student loan. You submit your account number. We put 50,000 naira every year. That's different. Now you are giving student loan. How are you allocating the student loan? Who are you giving it to? What are your criteria? How will you know, for example, my father is poor, he cannot pay my fee, I need student loan?
But that's a lower tier problem. The question I'm asking you is, by your estimation, how many percentage, what is the percentage of students that actually got it? Whether they got it by
honestly, I don't know. I can't estimate. But me, I don't even. Okay, see.
A minimum you think? Give us a minimum that you think.
I don't know. I can't even give. I don't know.
Yeah, now let me explain it. You can be able to.
Let me explain it to you. Hold on, Fofada. I know how these people act. It's just like during Buhari, there was a ministry, the humanitarian ministry. I used to call it Yahoo ministry, and that is what it is. Because what they do, they tell you, oh, we spend 100 billion naira to help the poor. Go to your village, ask your village people, carry a microphone, how many people receive that money? If you will see anybody, ask your village people. That is what is going on with student loan. How are you giving out this loan? For example, if I have the resources to pay my children's school fees, if you give my children student loan, the whole idea is defeated. There are people that really need that money in our university. This is true. Even when I was paying almost less than $5,000 naira for school fees, I know students that could not afford that money. You can really look for them, but how will the money get to the student? Because you don't have a system that is working. Yeah, so if I were the president, if I were to advise the president, I will channel that money in rebuilding our university to standard, rebuild them, rebuild our lab, rebuild our institutions. I will focus on that first. I will clean up our data, let NIN come correct. In that way, when you get to that point where you can identify the student that really need the money, I will start giving that student loan. Because right now, sincerely, I understand the sentiment. How are you giving?
Why do we always hold on? Why do we always do this thing now? You are a man of technology. You know they have the data. They have the data of all these people. They have it through PDN. They have the data through NIN. They know the people that have this thing gone to university. They know the people that are enrolled into university. All you need to do is pull in all the records of the students that have enrolled.
You know what?
And their parents, you have their details.
So you know what is called data integrity?
Data integrity, the reason why the data has to have integrity is because those students, they will graduate someday. If they don't have proper information, then they will fail. They will waste how many years at university. So they tend to have solid information when they are joining universities.
So what you are saying right now, you are saying every student in University of Lagos, they have their parent data. They know how much the father is earning a year. They know how much the mother is earning a year. For them to determine if this child needs a student loan. If, for example, if my father is earning 10 million naira a year, my mother is earning 5 million naira a year, household income is 15 million. I don't need student loan.
Exactly. That's my point. If that is the case, then you don't get it. But if you can pass it, if you can pass the threshold and get the student loan, which I don't know how many people got it. Maybe some people did. It would be good that we get the numbers of people that got it. But my point is that when you, a man of science, start complaining or technology start complaining about data, when you know full well they have access to this information, if I wanted to know, if you give me access to the Nigerian databases, I wanted to know precisely the amount of, I would even know the parents of who and who, whether they try to lie to me or not. I will know.
Sincerely, so somebody just wrote it now about 1.6 million Nigerian students have received the money. I mean, if it's working for them,
do we have that many students at university?
Oh, yeah,
that sounds like a lot. Too. That is almost 1% of Nigerian people are in universities. That's a lot of people. Universities, about 0.7% of people are in university based on this number. That's quite significant. But that said, my feeling on the ground, that student loan is one of them. Then another factor that is changing the way people think is a lot of Nigerians are making money from social media.
True.
Yeah. So now it's not only the ones that are working for people overseas, the ones that are just posting videos, they're making money from social media, TikTok, Instagram, all of them.
Which is true.
Yeah. Then you have people that are also making ends meet using Uber, Bolt. There's another one, I think, on Drive or something. I don't know what it's called. So they have different systems. I've seen somebody, many drivers in Nigeria, they have access to all the different driving companies. So when somebody wants to go to work, when they want to go to work, they want Nigerians do, they will wait until somebody calls for taxi that is heading in that direction. They will say they're available, they'll pick the person. And in other words, they will make money that they are supposed to spend on their petrol going to work. They will make it from the person that they just carried with themselves.
Yeah, people are doing that, I know.
So the way Nigerians are hustling, the feeling
Nigerians are hustling now.
No, that's my point I'm trying to convey is that people don't feel like things are going on the ground anymore. Tinubu tipped the country over in 2023, and it looks like in their mind things seems to be lifting a little bit. And when that is the trend, the anger people have towards the government is not as strong. Especially if you expect them to go and protest, you're not likely to get a good protest out of them. But you have to, if you can make a good case against the government, you could remove the government from office. This is why, personally, if I look at Nigeria, my judgment is that the opposition has failed the people. They've not done enough to hold this government accountable. There are so many. Look at the Phantom department. Today now, it's only one person that has been arrested, if I'm not mistaken. Phantom department.
They even discovered the new one. No, they discovered.
There's a new one again.
Oh yeah, this week. You are not aware? Yeah,
I'm not aware of a new one. No.
I think two self. Yeah, they discover.
Oh my God. so you see, Nigeria is operating with so many there are so many shady things going on, being needy. To be fair, this happens in many countries from what I gather. But the one that happened in Nigeria, what makes it unique was that it went straight to the top of the establishment, and they were literally making budget for them. This is something that doesn't happen in other countries. Other countries, they know exactly what the government is like, what department they exist. It's already listed. You can't just. It shows you the power of the executive, that people don't do cross-checking because they fear that if they cross-check too much, Tinubu will not be happy. Or if they cross-check too much, what's his name? The Senate head, what's that his name again? Akpabio may not be happy. So, and for the life of me too, I don't understand why a candidate like Natasha Akpoti doesn't run for office.
Run for what?
For office. I don't see why she's not running.
Now. He's a senator, and he's
no. Run for presidential office. Do you have to resign to run for that office?
Okay.
Do you have to resign from your Senate position?
No, you don't.
If you don't have, the reason why I think she should run, because she has standards that are beyond the standard that these people are setting. Whether she's heavyweight or not, who cares? This thing that we do, none of our leaders are heavyweight. Have we not gotten that through our skull?
I don't know about Natasha though.
Why? Do you have your reasons other than she's not heavyweight? Give me your reason now. Give me your political reason why she can't, other than she's not heavyweight.
So Natasha have been severally accused of at some point working for the Russian government.
Any evidence on that?
Yeah, there is a lot on the ground, but let me just mind my business.
No, but however, but the Nigerian government are working for the British government. So what is the difference anyway?
Let me tell you, even Nigeria, they are not ready for a woman president. So Ugozi,
hold on, you can't know that as a matter of fact, let's say they are not ready.
They play.
You are not understanding my point. My point is that if she runs, it's not necessarily about winning. It's about elevating the conversation.
Yeah, she can do that.
These opposition parties are dead.
They are dead.
They lack credibility. They are not exciting. They're just there insulting each other. They lack depth. Yeah. I feel if she enters the debate, she's galvanizing. She has different standards that are relatively higher than what these crazies are setting for their people. She has a higher standard, and it might attract other younger voters, possible politicians to come into.
I would really love for her to run for governor. I mean, she did before. I know with free and fair election in Kogi, Natasha will win. The problem is
why do you have to focus on winning? You have to understand that there are certain things bigger than winning. No, not necessarily.
Okay, elevate the conversation.
Yes, when you elevate the conversation, if the opposition party was doing very well, Tinubu government will perform better. In the UK, Nigel Farage, he didn't win. He wasn't in the House of Commons. He ran many times, he lost. But the message this guy was carrying came true in the end. The UK left European Union. It tells you that it's not about winning. It's about moving the discourse to become about what you want for the nation.
Forefather, sincerely, the person I think was supposed to do that is Showore. But fortunately, Showore, to me, I don't know if he's just playing the political atmosphere. He's not speaking enough. He's not dealing with issues. I like Showore. I like him as a person, the way he's fighting for Nigeria. But when it comes to politics, it's not really clear. It's not discussing issues. Sometimes I feel he's just playing around. You know, you have to have a program.
I'm a feminist.
Oh, they don't know you don't like wig. That's why. Are you muted? I think you are muted. We can't hear you.
I think I'm muted, yeah. I like people that do the right thing. I think she will definitely increase she will push Tinubu to speak better, to go to details. She will force them. Yeah. And why is she not running for crying out loud? The service because I don't know. Do they have to resign their senatorial position before they run?
No. They don't need to resign.
Then run now. Why is she not running? She doesn't have to spend money even. Nobody asks you to spend money. Just go to TV and keep pushing the politicians.
And the fear to Nigeria politics is very. They will also go after her.
What would they say?
Sometimes she's scared.
See, the only thing she should be scared of, and I fear that's what she's scared of, are the forces behind these people.
Yeah.
These our leaders are nobodies now. Let's face it.
Yeah.
These leader, the forces behind them is what she's afraid of, whether they will come after her. Because what she represents is what they don't want. But in life, sooner or later, what are you there for? Is this slow motion? Slow motion, this thing is not going to work with Nigeria. It never worked anyway, let's face it. You have to sooner or later confront these people. And I believe that young people that have credibility, people like, we have quite some good young people that you can argue, like Very Dark Man. Very Dark Man doesn't want to run for office. Natalie Harp doesn't want to run for office. What is that? They are waiting for these cacos to die first before they go and run for office.
Yeah.
It's like, what is that? People like Nzogo, they came out very, very young to change the country direction. What they did. Many of these leaders, Babangida, all of them, they were all very, very young when they transformed the country. I don't understand why people like Natasha.
If Very Dark Man contests, the youth we support him. You will be shocked the kind of support.
If they touch her,
the
more they attack her. You see, that's the thing, though. I think maybe what she's worried about is that she doesn't have enough protection. But even without protection, I don't think they will touch her. It's almost like the way Candace Owen is. Candace Owen is, she doesn't her husband is not super powerful, but because of the constituencies that she's talking about and what she's talking about, and the kind of person she is, because she's a woman with children. Now she's even pregnant with a child. Can you imagine people coming after her physically? No way. You won't dare it. Because if you come after her physically, you'll be like the worst of the worst on the face of the earth.
America, they have a system that protects you too.
Yeah, then they knock you off.
Except the government.
People that have died, they knock you off. They will knock you off. You feel like she actually said somebody gave her information that they were going to get rid of her. They were going to do it publicly. That's how visceral it was. And maybe because that information came out, that's why they stopped it. Because when something doesn't happen that was planned, people don't know whether it was true or not. But if it happens, that's when you know. If somebody had told some people that Charlie Kirk was going to be taken out, you will not believe it. Actually, somebody said it on Twitter a few weeks before he was assassinated, that they were going to do it. And he said he named the people that Charlie was suspecting that were going to take him out a few weeks before it happened.
He also told Candace Owen, Candace Owen, they just have to. Honestly, it's not easy to fight the.
Yeah, but my point was that my original point, so we don't go get lost, was people like Natasha. I don't know why she does. Maybe she's part of, to be fair, she's the kind of part of the establishment, because I know that her husband does business with Akpabio and all these people. So in a way, they are still part of the establishment. So she will have to kind of bite her lip in one side and speak from the other side. Maybe that's what's going on here.
Yeah, sometimes
but I know she does a good job.
Is clean.
Yes,
she does good job. She does good job. You see, like you just mentioned VDM now. VDM is kind of way is he makes sure it's not involved with corruption. Even giving him money, he avoids it. It's kind of very straight. So it's very difficult to fight such person.
I like VDM. I like the way VDM is carrying himself. It's not like Shore that somehow tries to behave as if he's holier than thou. VDM is, and in a way, VDM is holier than thou. He doesn't take money from anybody.
No,
that in a way, from that point of view, is quite holier than thou.
That is his threat now. Nigeria, they love.
So, and he don't see the system as the enemy. He sees the way he looks at the system is something he can change. He doesn't see the system or the military and all those people as enemies. And if you want to be a leader of a country, you can't see the military.
No, you will not see that. Yeah, you have to change it. Yeah.
I feel like Showore
Clearly.
is too confrontational with the institutions of the Nigeria.
Yeah,
It's too
sure.
confrontational. He should be confronting the heads of the institution, but sometimes it makes it look like he's confronting all of them.
You see, what you notice in 2023, that obedient movement, that movement is supposed to be for Showore. But Showore was unable to convince the youth, convince the people, talk more about. If you watch what Peter Obi was doing in 2023, Peter Obi was talking a lot. He was speaking the language people will understand, especially the youth. So people were genuinely supporting him. A lot, majority of the people. Yeah, there are people from tribe, from religion, they are there. But they were genuine people that were convinced. Because in his approach, we've never had such presidential candidate that was speaking to the people directly. So you need to speak to the people, explaining how you need to deal with problem. What he will come on social media, be taking questions, he will address them. You know, that is what the people needed. The people needed a message of hope. It was giving a message of hope. You know, issue like, for example, we have to move from consumption to production. That's a very strong fundamental message. So similar message, the things he want to do. That was why you saw that movement was intense at some point. People now believe in his message. But Showore is supposed to be that person that, you know, okay, these are the issue. This is the reform we are going to do. This is, okay, correctly, I'll be hearing he said if they elect him president, he's going to nominate AI as Minister of Finance. Like, is that not talk with that? You are muted again, Fofather.
I don't know why he often talks brash. Maybe that's his job. Maybe that's his kind of.
That is where I get confused. I asked you, man, somebody very close to him, I said, why is Showore? Why is he not, you know, strong? If you listen to Julius Malema of FIDE-FF, Julius Malema can be tough, but he's going to address the issue. He's going to tell you, okay, this you come. Showore have a lot of information.
I think Malema has people in the House of Parliament.
A lot now. EFF in the House. He has more than 30 people in the House.
Imagine. So that is what Showore should be fighting for. Yeah. I feel like Showore sometimes comes across as somebody that is like
joking around.
He likes to say that he's not compromised. But if he's not compromised, he's really playing the act of somebody that is compromised, in the sense that he doesn't seem to have depth. He's not, because when you are somewhere, you are running for office. Like me now, if I was the one running for office, I failed the first time. I will learn from that and go deeper. But he seems to just be stuck in one place, and he's not making any other alliances. I don't see any new thing.
I might be wrong. I don't think Showore is compromised.
But he may not be compromised, but he's acting like he's playing the part where you don't have to be truly compromised.
Like if I go to my state, I said I want to be governor. I will be discussing my program. I will tell, okay, this is I will be talking in terms of the local government, in terms of the senatorial district. This is what I want to do. I need to deal with this issue. I have to create this infrastructure. Hold me accountable. If this does not happen in 2 years, you have to give message of hope to people. You have to understand the problem. You have to look for a way, provide solutions to the problem as well. You have to. But that's where that was the strength of Peter Obi in 2023. Yeah, Peter Obi does not have the show, but Peter Obi's strength was the way he was speaking to he was very genuine. His message was, I tell you something. I watched Peter Obi on AY Live. That's when I knew Peter Obi was tired, sleeping. You will see this guy has not slept for days. But he was still asking the question, was dealing, oh no, this. That was why you see a lot of people.
I was on that live.
So you need see if Peter Obi was a real politician Peter Obi will even do more. In less than 6 months, Peter Obi took over the political space in Nigeria. It was only in the north. It was only in the north.
So in some ways, I'm angry with P2B. Actually, in some ways,
same here, man. I like him,
because
but same
if
here.
he didn't leave the
Obey your mind. Edo is shiny. Edo is shiny.
Hello, my mic is muted.
Obey, welcome. Obey, welcome.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah, let me just read what I'm saying. If he didn't finish the, if he didn't leave PDP, maybe Wiki may have emerged the winner in that election. But he didn't like Wiki anyway. I would have preferred Wiki to have won the presidential candidate ticket on PDP. And if that was the case,
God forbid.
Hold on. Do you think Wiki will not make a better president than
Wiki would be horrible? Don't
tell
ever
me how.
say for
No. How would he be worse than?
So
Tinubu
first of all, Wike's anyhowness is too much. Wike does not even have the temperament. He does not have the discipline to be president of a country. I will choose Rotimi Amechi million times.
Get that?
Wike is a talk now. You want to talk to be
out now?
Hold on. Calm down.
Wike does not understand nothing.
See. Wike understands a lot. He ran Port, he ran River State. So
I will tell you what. Okay, let me you know you are from Port Harcourt environment. Compare administration of Rotimi Amechi and Wike. Tell me. Compare
from what I can see,
Wike was only building bridges and infrastructure. That's good.
Not only that, to be fair to him, not only that, I was in Port Harcourt and towards the airport area, the roads in not everything has improved. Hold on, not everything has improved, but you feel a sense of security. When he came into office, there was quite a lot of security.
Okay, then you are wrong.
Remember when he used to put bounty on criminals' heads? They arrested them. Hold on, let me say this now. I remember during that time, you come to River State, you'll be seeing suit in the air, black suit in the air. And he cleared that. He cleared all that nonsense that was going on in PS then he went on, okay, the flyovers were just crazy. He built too many unneeded flyover. Like, you will be seeing another flyover that he built. You're in one. You've not finished with that one. You'll be seeing on that one. He just built too many for no reason. And you can also say that there are some things he did in Port Harcourt that made it look like he was supporting only the Ikwere side. All those things are true. But if you are telling me Nigeria doesn't need somebody like Wike, that is exactly what they need. Nigeria as it is right now needs to be shaken up.
Let me tell you.
That's what Nigeria needs. Civility doesn't work with Nigeria right now. Civility, okay, you can have civility of P2B, or you can have the madman of
doggedness. You're talking about doggedness as strength, right?
Yeah, one of those two are good to have in Nigeria right now. If you get, I am open to P2B, and I prefer, but this Tinubu guy all he cares about is power.
Let me tell you, let me help you. I'm going to help you. You see, before Amechi was governor of Rivers, that's when Rivers were hot. That is not when Wike became governor. Wike was part of the problem of insecurity in Rivers. If you know ask people on the ground, if you know the case of Saboma George, most of the people in House of Assembly, Wike give ticket other PDP, were Saboma George men. You know the reason? There are details I don't want to go here. I know a lot about what played out in Rivers State. If you watch Wike first election, how he used military, used thug to kill River people, to manipulate election. Then Pisha Jonathan had issue with Rotimi Amechi. Pisha Jonathan was supporting him. Jonathan was supporting him. That was what happened in Rivers. Wike as a governor, House of Assembly, when you hear the real, he was in full control. He budget anything. House of Assembly were doing nothing. So when you check administration of Amechi built schools. He made sure he invested in education a lot. He invested in
AY. I went to PH when both of them were in office.
See, what I will tell you, hold on. I'm telling you, what you see Wike, you know, I came from Abuja. I was telling people here how Wike is doing a lot of project in Abuja. Wike is good in terms of infrastructure. Is good. He knows how to get things done with infrastructure. Wike does not even understand how administration run. See, when you're looking for that stubbornness and knowledge, you need knowledge, people that understand the problem, the issues, people that can run the country. Amechi have that capacity. El-Rufai have that capacity based on despite his stubbornness.
Yeah.
Somebody like Oshomole have that
let
capacity.
me ask you though. Let me ask you.
Can break any.
Between Wike and President Tinubu, who holds people more
Bro,
accountable?
What are you saying?
Did you hear the question? The question is, if both of them give you a job to do, which one is more likely to hold your head and put it under water if you didn't do what they asked you to do?
Baba is not working.
You know the answer. You know the answer. That is my point. In Nigeria,
Baba is not working.
My point is that that's how Buhari was too. Buhari can give people a job, but when they don't do the job, he doesn't know how to hold them accountable. The same thing with Tinubu. Tinubu, because he's a chronic kind of person, he finds it hard to hold his people accountable. But Wike doesn't care. He will throw you under the bus.
So you think
Wike is chronic? Wike is chronic, but his cronies are under him. He can throw them under the bus as he sees fit. He doesn't care.
Just the way they did the park that we threw up the road the other day, right?
Tinubu
all of them are the same, Jare.
Tinubu is more collegiate.
His
cronies.
Wike is not presidential in any way. Don't ever try in Nigeria go regret them.
I don't know why you are saying. I think Nigeria needs either a strong hand or a very civil hand.
No Wike. There are there are people. Only stubbornness cannot solve problem in the country.
Don't you understand, AY? You say this yourself. Many Nigerians are scared to do the right thing. They know
let me hold on. Let me tell you the difference. I will tell you the difference. There is something you don't understand. You don't understand what is power. Power, when you have power, is different from ordinary Wike you see. You see, even Peter Obi we're talking about, there is something about Peter Obi people and Peter Obi people don't speak.
Until he gets power, yes.
I will tell you, when you go to Anambra, what Peter Obi did with power, you're not going to believe saying that this gentleman. No.
Correct.
Here's the difference. Peter Obi is disciplined. Peter Obi, for example, is not stealing money. You have to comply as somebody working under him. Wike is very corrupt. Wike, his ally, we allowed you to do anything and get away with it.
It's on survival lane, right?
Even Peter Obi, I just said, you are not sorry, Father, let me say this. Sorry, go and ask Masob what Peter Obi did to Masob in Anambra. Peter Obi is brutal.
I know about that. Peter Obi is capable
people don't speak about this. When you have power, it's different.
I understand you, but you know exactly what I'm saying. You say Wike.
No, I don't know. Wike, stop discussing.
Hold on. Hold on.
Wike's level was that he had understood the Nigerian polity to an extent. That was why during the election of 2023, he wasted time before he ran for Tinubu. He wasted time because he was trying to see whether it's Obi or whoever. He wanted to be, he's playing safe. He was playing safe in that election, you know.
Yeah, he was playing
safe. He was playing safe because he knew they're coming after him because he had taken a lot of Rivers State money. He knows. So he needed a soft landing like his brother Amechi during the time of Buhari. That was why he permutated the whole thing and now heads River State for Baba to get to whatever is. That was what he did. So it's not being dogged, it's not being stubborn, it's not being over smart. He just saved his pocket. That was what he's after.
Yeah, but
it's very personal.
Let me say this one last year. I will allow you to speak. You see, in terms of Nigeria politics, we can understand Nigeria politics. Give it to him. I will give him that credit. So what Obe said is very important. Wike, between Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku,
Yeah.
He was playing very smart game. He was patient, was calculative. Wike really needed the vice presidential ticket. When he didn't get that, you notice when Peter Obi visited River, you know what he did? He gave you all the cars, all the security.
Yes.
Because he knows the way he's going, Peter Obi might become president.
Correct.
He was playing safe. So when they dish him, for me, I question Atiku political sagacity for him not to pick Wike as VP.
Yeah, exactly. He made that blunder there.
If I were Atiku, that was Atiku's biggest chance because
blunder,
he needed Wike. Let Wike come into the ticket, win an election, isolate Wike. He can't
exactly.
You are
keep up one corner.
Before. If Atiku had picked Wike, Atiku will win that election.
Yeah, that one I agree with you on the point.
Yes,
I don't hate Wike. So when you hear me criticizing him, it can't be personal.
Let's not take it personal. I'm just saying the character of the man is that if Wike, okay, let me ask you this straight. If Wike had won the presidential candidate election in the CDP and tangled against Tinubu, who do you think would have won the election?
Tinubu will win. Tinubu will still win. Or Peter Obi will win. Peter Obi and Tinubu will be
No. Remember, if Wike had won, let's say Peter Obi remained. In short, actually, even if Peter Obi left, I don't think it would have made a difference.
Wike cannot even compete with Tinubu in 2023 if you leave only two of them in the south in the same ticket.
Yeah. You know what I think? If Wike was strong enough, you really need to be honest with this and don't use emotions on this or kind of your earlier Hold on now. I know what you're saying. See, all the things you are thinking about Wike when you say he's a criminal, those things are true. He may be the one that have caused all the problem in Rivers State before. That's true. But what I'm saying, you said it yourself that he knows Nigeria's politics. If he had, because he got close to winning the presidential election, the primary. If he had won it, that would mean he has got support from the north to win it. He bought a lot of cars, he did a lot of things, and when he goes to run that election, and let me say this, let me finish what I'm saying. What you are seeing as the obedient movement today will not exist as it is, at least in a recognizable fashion, if Wike existed. The problem was that when most people thought it was the time of the Southeast to have their presidential candidate, all that was thrown open. Wike didn't win it, and Atiku went and took it away. Then when they saw the other side took Peter Obi, as a matter of fact, took Tinubu, that because if Osinbajo had come out on the other side, the Peter Obi dam would not be that big. But the moment they saw that it was Tinubu, Peter Obi, this just blew up because there was no other path to go. There was no Wike, there was no Osinbajo, no way out. I think if Wike had won that election and they elected Tinubu on the other side, Wike would have crushed Tinubu. Remember, PDP would be more together with Wike than what happened at Atiku.
Let me tell you why. Yes, politics is different. Every election is unique. Yes, if Osinbajo was on the ticket, obedient movement would be neutralized. Don't forget, there were people, some of the people hunger that were supporting Peter Obi was Muslim ticket. So when they see a pastor from Redeem, one of the biggest churches in the country, that could have changed the equation. And don't forget.
Or how about if Osinbajo won the presidential ticket?
That's what I'm saying now. So
if he was on the ballot,
no, if he won the the ticket of APC,
okay,
a obedient movement could have been neutralized because Osinbajo can speak to the people the way Peter Obi was speaking to the people. He will even speak better.
Yeah.
So a lot of people would align with Osinbajo.
Yeah.
But again, if you allow
during that time, Wike was a lot more popular. Wike was getting more and more popular.
It doesn't work like
popular
that.
in the States now.
He's popular in the States.
And actually in the States.
National politics is different.
Come on, man. Let's not do this now. I see. This is why it looks like sometimes my brain.
He was popular in his region. That's true. Not outside.
let's be fair. Sometimes I feel like my brain freeze.
Let me finish this thing. Let me finish.
Hold on. I remember Buhari gave Wike an award for performing better than any other governor in Nigeria during that time. It looks like we are pretending.
Say Buhari will give person award.
You see that we award. You say it's not doing. Remember, they are opposite parties. Wike was PDP and Buhari was APC, and yet he gave Wike the award. That because people during that time, why are we pretending as if Wike was commissioning one flyover, one road, one police?
Let me tell you,
that was during his last days in the office now, when he was sleeping now. We know all that.
Let me explain to you. You don't follow. Don't listen to this YouTube politician. Let me tell you.
What do you mean? YouTube? I was alive when it happened. What do you mean? I saw it happen.
Let me explain. See. Let me explain to you. Obey is here. When Oshomole was governor of Edo State, his popularity, in fact, Gani Fayomi, when he was contesting, Gani Fayomi said to him, "Why are you contesting for governor? You have to go for." The momentum Oshomole had when he contested for a district governor, if Oshomole contests for Nigeria president, he will win.
Yes. At that
time. You understand the movement, as Obey, Edo State was #1 PDP. You know who Aneni is, Mr. Fisit.
Correct.
He dismantled the whole structure. We can they learn. See, when it comes to Tinubu politics started long time ago. Tinubu has built alliance, helped people in the political space.
Yes.
There is no way the Northerners will ditch Tinubu and support Wike in 2023.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you.
Let me tell you this.
Let me finish it. One more minute.
God.
I will allow you. Let me finish it. Don't forget, the Buhari movement in the north. There was this unwritten agreement that you have to give power to Tinubu. They were all in line with that.
Yes.
So APC was a popular party in the north. That is why even when you see when Buhari tried to isolate Tinubu,
correct,
the majority of the people in the APC, they didn't like it in the north.
Yes.
The white was even protesting.
Even up to Erufai. Yes.
Hang on for a second. If that was true, if they were so popular, if they were so loved, they got 36% of the vote in the end. You forget, I keep reminding you.
Because the obedient wave came.
Calm down.
Obedient wave came. That was what happened.
My point is that it wouldn't have existed if a southern candidate like Wike was relatively popular during that time.
Wike wouldn't have gotten vote like Obio. I'm telling you.
Hold on. The reason why people are hating Wike now, because one, he switched
it's
to
no hate.
Hold on, calm down.
I was even praising him as a good politician.
It's too much.
AY, I'm not saying you. I'm saying people like Obey and others that hate Wike now. The reason why, because I was here. I wouldn't say hate. It's like him now.
But leave that guy is out.
They thought he was going to support P2B, then he switched. Instead of, I too was surprised that he switched to this in Tinubu.
That 2 million was the 2 million winner in Port Harcourt, River State. That was the winning vote.
Fix the election for Tinubu to win River State. A lot of people said this guy was a criminal, and then they saw what he did with Fubara, and that's when people just turned on Wike. Wike was popular. We forget 3 years ago he was actually he was the most popular governor in Nigeria 3 years ago, and we pretend as if we don't know that. If he had won that ticket, Tinubu is so unpopular that Wike will get 50% of the votes. P2B will get less.
That
is politics now, mama.
No. When this guy talked about meeting Tinubu, when this guy talked about meeting Tinubu to finance Buhari's election, when we heard that word, that it was the one that brought that money that they used in financing that election, you could see that he already broken the knot already in that election. Basically, that was what happened to him, because for him to single-handedly use Lagos money or whatever he got the money from to finance a president and say, like, put him there. You could imagine what they did. That was why that announcement at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. happened, because they needed to pay back. That's what they did to him. You see the reason why he lost Lagos? Because the Lagos guys have been held in the jugular since 1999. So they didn't vote for him, basically, because they didn't want him to go replicate that at the national level. So he was lucky enough that the Northerners held on for him and Wiki finalized. That was how he got in there, because he had invested in Buhari. And Buhari looked for a way to see whether he could swindle it. He tried to make sure that he's not having money and all that. He couldn't do it. I don't know the reason why Buhari was doing all that anyway. I can't really place it. But at the end of the day, it happened that Buhari's plan did not work, and he became a succeeding candidate and is president today. But be that as it may, you could see that the whole thing trended from the beginning of APC agreement that they had, even if it's written or not written. Talking about this VDM guy that you guys were saying, VDM, say if for the election, that guy, I mean, they look at like saying a content creator in bio. And they look say,
not a content creator.
Okay, let's look beyond him, be preaching honesty, preaching that he's going to China to bring business, to keep people's business that are cheating Nigeria. All those, he kind of Mr. Integrity. That is the way he's trying to, tame himself, which is okay. But looking at him into a political atmosphere, to me, he will struggle with it. Why? Because he didn't start this work from his foundation. He's in Abuja. He's not in Edo, where he came from. So how is he going to start the politics? He's going to play it for national level or from where?
Are you saying that's
the issue in Abuja now?
As what?
Abuja is not my area now.
It's not happening again in Abuja. It's not happening. If you're not from there, they won't give you again. Though. It's now before.
Yeah.
Bros, it's not happen again. If you are not from that the vicinity now, they won't allow you win. That's what is happening in Abuja.
Are you saying that VDM comes back to Edo State, he's not going to be able to win an election in any...
He must start to play it from home. That's what I'm saying. They have to have that foundation from home before he can strive.
You're not answering the question. Are you saying he's not going to win if he runs?
Really, run as what?
As a senator, as a governor.
He's not going to win, huh? They're not feeling for Edo. I don't know anybody for Edo. He's not going to fit to win. Where is the Yabu the day? I feel like where is the day? No, now. The Kaba in Edo, not be Abuja. He's not going to fit to win, bro.
You are too jaded with the Nigerian way of politics.
Are you talking of winning an election legally as in vote counting? Is that what you mean? Having popularity?
As vote counting, as vote not counting. See,
having popularity, you mean?
See, remember, your ability to vote
no for you.
Depends on the army you have on the ground.
Ordinary House of Rep and House of Senate, the sheriff, talk less of video for ask why. Wait, mass way be House of not be senator, be during the or be wave. Where are today? They never let her buy form. They don't let her buy form.
AY, hold on. You see,
they don't let her buy form. Don't election. This is a sitting senator. What are you talking about? Because they played it from America.
Say I went there, nobody answered me.
Can I say something?
They answer him. Nobody said for him.
What I'm saying is, there is this aspect of politics that you guys are not necessarily taking into account, whereby if somebody and the discourse within the country indicate that this kind of idea and this type of person is actually popular, then when that person, when you translate that to an election, no matter how much money the other side has, they will lose. This is why Trump in his first term didn't even run he didn't even spend money, and he still won the election. Right now in America, a lot of Zionists are funding candidates and they are losing. Like there are many elections that are run in America right now where the Zionists are spending against the Democratic ordinary candidate that are not Zionists 10-1, and they are still losing.
Let me ask you a question. During election in America or in the UK, do you usually see talk, carry gun, shooting people, carry ballot?
No.
Do you see? No. Do you see like the electoral umpire? Do you think they support particular candidate? Do you see people sharing money for you to vote for them?
Thank you.
Do you see that is a calling that
You
that
ask
is
question,
what.
you're not waiting for the
Let me finish it. That is what you hear me fighting for. I said, Nigeria needs to have an electoral system that is independent, is working.
Yeah.
Obe cannot go to Benin and said he want to contest. You talk to the people genuinely vote for you.
They will
You
ask
don't
a question.
know, you don't
know
have
anybody.
idea the kind of election that go on in Nigeria. You have no idea.
Exactly.
Let me explain what I'm trying to say. I hear what you are saying. Those things are real. But I think, listen carefully. What you are missing is what I'm describing is not exclusive of what is happening in America. It's true for Nigeria. If the same equation, remember, the Zionists are not kids. They are not babies. They are actually dangerous in America. So when you look at Nigeria too, the current political parties are dangerous too. They carry, according to it, some of them, they even have people carrying guns and all the rest. But when the people that want to put someone like BDM in office have the kind of popularity like the anti-Zionists have right now in America, they will match the politicians. If the politicians have 10 guns, they will come in 100.
Yeah,
that is how societies work.
Okay, let me also tell you the simple fact, even people keep denying it. Why Peter Obi lost 2023 election? He had no structure. Who do you have across Ijaw community in Rivera area to protect Labour Party votes? Who do you have in a remote village in Edo to protect your vote? When you say structure, what happened? It's not even having 3 people on the police station. I will tell you what happened in Nigeria election. Obey know this. When people come there, that area, especially it's not your territory, they will come. They will first tell you, "Oh, you are Labour Party agent. Okay, take come. Take 20,000 naira. I beg, we need to do some work here. If you not agree, now God will tell you, come out, leave this place.
They go show you God, right?
God will beat you. So if you have let me tell you what happened. If you have the political big wings, they are the one. If anything like that happen, you call them. They will drive to that place and say, what are you doing? You need people on ground to protect your votes.
Again, you are misreading what happened in that election. I think when you start from a faulty premise, you are going to read a faulty conclusion.
Okay.
See, the faulty premise is that you think it's equal. Everybody just sharing this thing equal. The opposition outperformed the one that won. It's just that the people that were supposed to win, they were not organized. They split their votes. So yes,
that is also a factor.
That's the mightiest factor. That even outsiders, foreigners, when you tell them this story, they was like, how do you expect to win? You split one party into 4. How are you supposed to win?
Yeah,
you can't do that. It's a very credible case. So when you look at, even with the structural deficit that P2B had, look at how much votes he still got.
Yeah.
You know, this is what you are seeing there is what I'm telling you.
But Father, are you envisaging a comment?
Oh,
I think Obey is.
Obey, you have frozen. No,
It will come up.
Back. So that is what I'm trying to let you understand, that the premise that you're looking at it, I'm seeing it from the other side, that this opposition party are the problem of Nigeria right now.
Yeah,
and people think it's Tinubu is them. They are the ones that created the avenue for Tinubu to end up in office. It was supposed to be a southeastern candidate that was supposed to be selected in the PDP. Somewhere along the line, I witnessed it. Somewhere along the line, somehow they all forgot, like, this was supposed to be the case. If I was Southeasterners in the party, that's where I will hang my flag and say, I'm not moving anymore. This was our agreement. We are supposed to rotate this. Why are we including Northerners in this anymore? Hang it there, because at least that way you have principle that is overarching the scratch my back and scratch my back politics of Nigeria. You are kind of define it. That way, if the party is to fall, it falls on principle. Right now, what did the party fall on? Oh, I didn't make it to the presidential candidate, so I leave. Oh, you didn't select me as VP, so I leave. That is the principle it fell on, not the principle that, okay, to an extent, you can argue that the VP one is not the reason why. Wike will not tell you that is the VP reason why he did what he did. Is because this legal excuse was that a northerner was the chairman of the party, isn't he?
He
That
was
his
just
legal
lying,
excuse.
man.
Exactly. We know now he's lying. So, but if you look at it, it tells you that they need a legal reason to do what they are doing. What is more legal to say, hey, this stuff is not going to the north? It's a principle thing. You hold on that this stuff is not meant to go to the north, it's actually meant to go to the southeast. And I believe that if the southeast held their line, they know the PDP is dead. If they don't give them what they want, maybe Amici would have emerged, or maybe Peter Obi would have emerged in that election, and maybe the party will be united for once.
Yeah.
Because what is Atiku going to do? Break the
No,
party?
Atiku did not even manage the party and the fallout with.
A Fulani just left office. A Fulani just left office. Why is Tinubu running? Why didn't they make that a big case?
Yeah.
Why didn't they make that a big case? And some people say it's because of Wike. Wike, because of his own ambition, he thought he was going to beat Atiku, so he didn't care. Atiku was in the race. What a terrible mistake. If that was the case, he was stupid. They should have locked it into the southeast and say, no matter what happens, everybody out of the race, we are the ones that are going to run this. If you don't like it, then we implode the party. Let's implode it and break this in the way. Because what is the point? If you have an agreement and you don't stick to it, and this is why I don't like what what's his name? Good Luck did. I don't like El Rufai for saying discriminate against non-Muslims, but at least he has principles and he's talked to them. He said when they had the agreement with Tinubu, they said they have to stick by it, whether they like him or not. They were not very enthusiastic about Tinubu. I'm not sure they even liked him.
Yeah.
But
sometimes it's political convenience now.
And in Nigerian politics, I've watched Northerners do things in Nigerian politics, and there are very few times I can fault them for their politics.
Yeah,
people like to say they tend to uphold their end of the agreement. It's the South that have stupid ambitious people.
They do that. Yeah,
they uphold their agreements, and I can't fault them for it. It's the Southerners that didn't hold their ground when Atiku was trying to run. They could have held their ground, but they didn't do it. All this, the consequence of that thing that happened in PDP, I think was in Anambra State, they were doing it that time. The consequence of what happened there is what we are suffering under Tinubu now. They may not know it, but it's what they are. And maybe, just maybe, if, let's say, Wike emerged in PDP or PWB emerged in PDP, maybe APC will respond to that by not choosing Tinubu, because they will want somebody that can beat the candidate. So they might start thinking,
sincerely,
this guy everybody doesn't like.
Sincerely, if PDP had given ticket to Peter Obi, that would have been a very strong ticket, man.
Yes, now. Imagine this guy didn't barely campaigned, and look at what he did.
Yeah. So somebody like Peter Obi, he need that structure to move. So that would have been a very, very good one. But I feel he would have just allowed Peter Obi to contest other PDP, to be honest.
He should. He really should have. And his behavior, even after he won the election, he was very mean. He just didn't care. That Atiku is almost like Peter Obi to an extent. He's not a good politician. He's a horrible politician. He knows how to win tickets, but Peter Obi knows how to get tickets too. Does that mean he knows how to get it all the way to winning? He doesn't know how bad can it be that you are controlling a party, you can't even bring your party together.
You see that opposition you're talking about now. Sincerely, I don't even understand APC opposition in 2014. That was a template to win an election. if Labour Party or
2014, isn't it?
PDP,
Yeah.
or more, that was the strongest opposition I've seen in Nigeria. They were hands-on. They were very proactive. Do you know during election, you know what they did? They monitored that election, all the results. They had a strong room. Sarah reporter were popping results in such a way that I'm sure even the government were scared to manipulate results. Because the results were just there in your face.
That election, the forces driving that election was greater than any. I don't think there has been any force driving the after, I think the election before that last one that Goodluck lost, that election before the one Goodluck lost and the one Goodluck lost, I don't think there was any election that has come since then that had a stronger will to remove the incumbent in office, because the Northerners felt they were being cheated with the democratic system.
Yeah, but who cares?
But you should be remembering that whenever you say those things, that election, it was a template, you have to remember that they had serious motivation. And that motivation is one of the biggest you can get, especially in the context of Nigeria.
They had serious motivation, but let me just be honest with you. If Peter Obi can become president next year, 2027, and is doing the work, people are feeling the effect of the government. People are seeing the changes. Bro, he cannot even say he will not contest second time. See, it don't reach that. Nigeria just needs somebody they trust. Like, okay, you are doing the work, you are delivering results. Bro, I go myself, I go spend my. See, this thing is easy.
No. I agree with you on that front. That if he performs very well to the point whereby the people themselves want him, yes, you will be able
politicians.
I think people will argue against politicians coming back, even in the north, will argue against politicians. But for it to cross that threshold where people will start arguing for him, we've never seen that in Nigeria before.
Yeah.
We've never seen that in Nigeria before. If we've seen it in Nigeria before, yeah, good. I'll be very happy to see that. Where the whole, you know how Abiola won the election, where the whole people, almost north and south were crossed with the way they handled that thing.
In Abiola election, Tofa that was competing with Abiola is from Kanu. Tofa lost his election in Kanu.
Imagine.
Tofa lost his election in Kanu. That's Masca.
He's a cut off for Africa. See, my take from all this stuff right now, I don't even blame Tinubu anymore. You know, sometimes, you know how we as black people, we are this. Okay, I'm not saying I don't blame Tinubu in terms of him coming to office. Just like, depending on how you look at something, you can choose, you know, you can change your position slightly. But if you look at it from the point of view of what oppositions do to stop candidates to come into office, I blame the opposition massively. And I don't think they are motivated enough. They are mostly motivated by their personal ambition, party ambition. That's it. But the one that removed Jonathan from office were motivated by a whole lot, like feeling hard done by. And they were hard done by. This is not even false. They were actually hard done by.
The votes that were coming from Kano,
they were pissed.
If you remember that Rubebe episode, the votes that were coming from Kano, Rubebe was so frustrated.
I don't blame them. What do you expect? If they did that to a Southerners, what do you expect? People will be crossed in the South too. Like, what is this? You were supposed to run for you're just supposed to deputize for him for one term so that you can have another run. Now you managed to run through the term, then you won an election, and now you want to run again so that you can rule for 12 years. No!
Honestly, if Jonathan was doing well, he can run. I don't care. The problem was Jonathan was very, very unpopular among
exactly. It wasn't that good for them.
That was problem number one. In fact, he
did try without that Marjorie school and everything. He did try to reach out, but it just
wasn't
good enough.
Unpopular. You will know that
they like him now that he's out of office.
He was also Jonathan is a good man. You see, that's the mistake. I love Jonathan. Jonathan I call him a perfect gentleman. But good man does not necessarily mean you will be a good president. So Jonathan was
he ruled relatively well, though. It was quite strategic.
Let me tell you.
He went to his highest during his time.
Let me tell you how Jonathan was adding to his problem. He was adding salt to injury. So people were fed up that the government was too corrupt. Jonathan would come and say, corruption, stealing is not necessarily corruption. I'm like, which kind of president is this? He will say stuff that, bro, Nigeria was like, what? Nigeria was like,
stealing is not necessarily corruption. Who says that?
Jonathan.
Wow.
If you look for the video, you will still see it. Jonathan will speak up. I'm like, people were like, oh man, we don't have a president.
You know what? It's sad though. It's really sad that if we are to set standard for Nigerian leadership since 1999, we've been having toads. The only person that you can say was sound was Yaradua. He was competent. He was educated.
Yeah, but
oh my God, that guy would have done some good for the country.
So Yaradua is in that level of Peter Obi. I'll tell you the secret of Yaradua. Yaradua is not corrupt too. Even as a governor, there are these core, because he doesn't even like all these capitalists. Yaradua would have tried to fix Nigeria's system. He's brutally honest.
He tried. The very moment maybe that's why he was even not. He wasn't. There are
people that are brutally honest. Yaradua is one of them. He will tell you to your face. He's brutally honest. So that is what you see. So Yaradua was a good man. That's the only person Nigeria.
Yeah, when I heard him talk, and I think whether it was a PhD and this, I was like, you know what? In the back of my mind, I said Nigeria seems to be getting its act right. They seem to be getting it right. And then he just died. Jeez, man, why can't we catch a break in this country? Why can't we catch a break? We can't get a solid leader that can actually speak and talk to Nigerians clearly. Like all the leaders are, like you said, even Jonathan comes, stealing is not just corruption. When you have leaders that can say something, why do like Obasanjo, even at the best of time when Obasanjo is articulate, he still sounds a little bit like, he's not very collected, his thoughts are not very in place. Even if he moves in the right direction, he doesn't feel like his thoughts are very coherent. Then you go to this thing, what's the name, Buhari, the same thing. He even if he moves in the right direction, but he doesn't talk right. He doesn't communicate right, not regularly too. Then you go to
Buhari does not talk, sir. He does not speak.
He doesn't even talk to people. The Tinubu, just the same thing too. It's like, why have we not caught a break? Can't we just have a leader that can actually speak?
Tinubu, if you want to speak, he will just crack joke. He will just make people laugh.
Yeah, it's like a jester now. And then you saw the other day, the guy that was saying, clap, double clap. You have to double clap. It's like you are telling people how to clap.
You know that time when the first lady said they should go and be frying akara. Do you know Tinubu wanted to speak? He said, "Yeah, akara." He's just a funny guy.
Sometimes I feel like they are just trolling people.
I think a younger Tinubu could have done better as Nigerian president.
Younger people generally do better. That's it. I feel like in the context of Nigeria, younger people tend to do better because even when younger people can make mistake and correct it, older ones they will double down.
Yeah.
You see how I double down on everything. I hardly give ground on everything. So, and I'm not even as old as Tinubu yet. So older people don't change, but younger people they will make mistake and they are nimble. They will just switch and they are bolder because they think they will live forever. They are not scared of anything. They don't tend to be scared. They will change tack. You see how Murtala Mohammed was bold? He was a relatively young man. This is a guy that went out and challenged the whole world, even when he was busy having the size of his own security forces and everything. That is what you need. If he has survived that stuff, that assassination, he would have learned from it immediately. Like, next time I will never do this again. You see what I mean? Unfortunately for Nigeria again, we lost him. Nigeria doesn't catch a break. When are we gonna? The only break we've caught right now is Dangote. God help us, that one. Do you know how people are going to be praying for Dangote's life right now? Can you imagine something happens to that family right now? Nigeria will be in trouble. What if something happens to that refinery? They say, oh, something happens to it, it closes. I hope he has put arrangements in place to ensure the refinery carries on smoothly if anything happens to them.
I think so.
But that's how companies are supposed to be.
Yeah. That's why he wanted to go on IPO. You know, he want to go on IPO.
Yeah. He should do that.
That's the best way to. That's the way to go. Go on IPO. So you have more people to protect the company. They have. I think the company has structure.
If you want to, for me, if people want to criticize Dangote, I think the area if I want to criticize Dangote, the area I will criticize Dangote is kind of friendship or alliance with Bill Gates. That's the one that should concern us. That why is he so close to Bill Gates?
And big man,
those are the main ones I'll criticize him. The rest of me. He has set a good example for all Nigerian billionaires that do something right, and you be one of the richest.
Even he's speaking it. He's saying it every time. Like, stop buy private jet, build factories, get jobs for people.
Imagine
that is biggest player of labor in Nigeria.
And you know, this is the kind of statement. I know you're not going to like it. That Wike was saying too. Wike was saying all these things. And he was really, really on it. He was like, if they give you a job, you better do it. If I hear that I give you a project, you didn't do it, you're going to be in trouble with me. So he's like that. He's one of those type of people. And I like, even if he doesn't follow that rule, it doesn't matter. As long as he can make people follow the rules. That is what truly matters. Holding people accountable to do the right thing.
You see, in building a country, a nation, everybody don't need to be president. So you have people, you have to look at people and see where they can contribute. You see, even during Buhari government that we say was poor, Amechi did very well too in terms of infrastructure, like the rail system and all that kind of stuff. He did a lot.
I think, was it the tram he was trying to put in PH? I think somewhere along the line it was abandoned. I don't know whether it was Wicked that abandoned it.
I'm not sure what. I know they were doing some politics around there.
That was very sad because that stuff is still there today. They didn't complete it. They should have completed it. And
Wike was part of the They were playing dirty politics. You have to work together. You know, it's just the problem I'm also having with a lot of governors. They come into office, their predecessor, they must have spent money on a project. They abandon the project. Sometimes, like I don't say governor now, I was questioning the other day why I don't say they have power plant that was working during Obaseki. That is a private company. So I don't know what really went wrong. The governor came in and they shut down the power plant. Why would you do that? So for me, like, it doesn't matter. You can renegotiate the contract, whatever contract they have with the past administration. I'm not going to shut down such system. It's not in the favor of the state. So sometimes the governor played dumb it's the people that suffer, not you. The governor can't afford anything. It's the people that suffer. So you have to pay. The governor basically did the same thing. So this is not good. I have said it, the House of Rep, they should pass a bill that no project should be abandoned from former administration. They should stop doing that because they are wasting the taxpayer money. If you walk through this around the state, you will see a lot of states where these kind of things have happened. It should not be.
But don't you think? You see, this is the thing about Nigeria that I actually regretted. That even in the last election, one of the things the Nigerian state had an opportunity to do was to form a government of national unity. But in the context of Nigeria, it's like that is unheard of. You can't even think about the whole position coming together to work on behalf of the nation. What they could have done as politicians was all of them come together and say, you know what, let's agree on a baseline.
Yaradua government formed government of national unity.
That guy was. Why is it Nigeria doesn't catch a break, for crying out loud?
So that is what you actually need. That's what I was saying invariably about Peter Obi now. You see, you come into office, it doesn't, sincerely, if I'm the president of the country, if I see strong person in PDP in opposition, I see, like, for example, oh, this guy can deliver, he have the experience, I will get you to work with me.
You see?
It's forget about politics. As long as you can give me, it's all about the result. Focus on the result. Focus on the ball. If the person
now they are even trying to get the governors of other parties to join them, not to mention giving them jobs. They want everybody to turn to them.
That's where the problem is. You can put them in a team, they can be advisors, because nation building is not about party. This is about the person is a citizen of the country. Citizenship first. If you are the president, you are president of a country, not a political party. So you will tell your political party, you start doing things differently. Yeah, there are positions you should reserve for political party, but technical positions that require technocrats.
I wanted to ask you something on a different subject altogether. Because recently I heard about the Chinese home ownership and that of Nigeria. I checked that of Nigeria up, checked that of America up and everything. If I was to ask you, do you know the percentage of Chinese people that own their own homes?
Where?
In China.
No, I don't know.
It says
but
90,
that
it says 90 to 95%.
I know it's very expensive in China though.
But yet, home ownership is 90 to 95% in China.
Really? Wow.
I was shocked to hear that figure.
High.
That is, I was like, how is that? Then it occurred to me that it's a communist system. How did we not even know that? Then I checked that of America. And
don't go there.
Then I checked that of America. America, okay, let me ask you about Nigeria. What do you think the Nigerian one, based on what you know about Nigeria and the properties and everything? What do you think Nigerian
home ownership is high, especially among the elderly people, say from 40? I think it can be, I think it can be up to 60% too.
Nigeria.
If not more.
What do you think about America?
America home ownership, I don't think it's more than 40%.
Okay, the figures I
got
around
40.
The figures I got for
we can check that number, right?
Yeah, I will check it. I've checked it already. The figures I got for many European countries was around 60 to 67%. 62, 63%. That's what you tend to get for European countries. And for Nigeria, I was shocked to see around 26%.
26? Really? I thought it's higher.
I too, and I'm still doubting that number. Like, how is that possible? But the question you should ask yourself then is, within Nigeria, especially in the cities where a lot of people reside, how many people actually own their own homes in the cities?
Yeah, but are you referring to just that, or even people that have homes in the villages? Because you can have homes
I think yes, including the ones in the village, the one that, because if you include even the ones that have homes in the village and the ones that don't have homes in the village, and if you remove the village home, barely anybody will have homes anymore. In Nigeria, because in the cities, what I noticed is that a lot of people are renting.
Yeah, in the city, a lot of people are renting. That for sure. So if you say in Lagos, the percentage of people that own home is 26%, I might not actually doubt that. But when you extend it to villages, more people have homes in the villages. Yeah. You know,
to be fair, a lot of adults live in houses that some other person owns. So they are not necessarily the owners. They have homes they can live in. Like, you see grown men, they will be living in family house or something that are not necessarily their own.
Yeah, that also happens.
So,
but 26% might not be wrong. Because why I say it might not be wrong is, you know, first of all, in Nigeria, before you build your house, you need the money.
Exactly. You have to pay almost full amount.
If you want to build house now, you go better mansion now. You go first keep
or buy it. If you want to buy it, you pay outright too.
You pay outright. Nobody finance it. in America, you can even have 3% down payment. You go take a home.
And the same must be true for China. That's why they have such high home ownership.
Most of all these countries, even in Egypt here, they have a mortgage.
Russia is quite high actually. Russia is higher than China and the European country. Let me confirm Russia's one again. Yes, Russia's one is quite high too. I'm surprised too. Percentage of I was surprised about the Russian one too. Percentage of home ownership in Russia. It was Russia is 91%. Wow.
Yeah. Passant is saying something on the comment section that
96% for China. That is high.
But he said the government converted renter to ownership. They basically gave Chinese homes.
That's what communists do.
In Nigeria, nobody give you home. You have to.
And you wonder why they are not protesting against their government in China. Why would they protest?
Yeah.
They are giving them everything they want there. And this is the thing. I feel like the Chinese state is better designed for the future we are coming into. Because right now, the West, many of people are rebelling against these billionaire oligarchs. They don't know what to do with them. But in China, they don't have that problem. Because most people have their own homes. Most people have a way. The government itself is communist. So they are not like particularly fancying all these oligarchs, simple people, individuals owning so much wealth. But that figure, when I check, let me check the Nigeria figure again. That shocked me. Because in my mind, just like you thought, in the villages there, I know people have property in the village. Or maybe because it's us that have property, we don't look at all the people that don't own their own property, even in the villages too. That don't own their own properties in the village. And many people now are living in the cities that don't own any property in the village at all. They have to rent.
They are also there.
Let me see. Nigeria one surprised me big time.
It's not easy now, especially in places like Lagos,
20 to 25%. That is scary.
For Nigeria?
Yes.
Yeah. Especially now, it's getting worse because the youth don't even have jobs.
You see, one of the best things Tinubu can do, one of the best policies he can do, if he created a mortgage system. Just like he did a student loan system, if he can guarantee a mortgage system where he funds the banks and institutions, because right now it's only Stanbic Bank in Nigeria, which is a South African bank, that does a form of mortgage in Nigeria. I don't even know how many people get it. You are muted, AY. So Stanbic Bank does mortgages in Nigeria. If this government chooses to dabble into that and say, you know what, we are going to guarantee mortgage this, because mortgage is quite a safe industry actually. I don't understand why our government can't do it. It's not like the property they are going to take it and run away. If they don't pay, they give you the property.
You take the property.
What is your problem? Are they going to burn it?
But again, what's the percentage of Nigeria doing government work, a structural work, I would say, like. For example,
I don't care structural work. Just pay your mortgage every month. What's your problem about the work?
That is a factor, right? But the other thing is,
okay, you're worried about.
You have a point, you're
worried about income because mortgage is safe. It's not like even a car where you can drive.
Even if you are building apartments, right?
Yeah. If they don't finish paying, you take the property back and sell it to someone.
Property,
it's going to be their loss because by the time you take the property, you sell it cheaper, and they will not. So it has a lot of. It's almost zero risk. What is the? Why didn't they do it? Tell me what is the risk here? What is the risk of creating a mortgage situation market in Nigeria?
No risk.
I can't see it, and yet our governments can't even do that little lift. Maybe there's something we are not seeing. There's something we are missing here.
If we have a system, because it's not like fiscal. The other thing is the person will not be able to sell the house and run away with the money. So, if we want it, we can do it actually.
Yeah, because you can't sell the house. If a property is a mortgage, you can't sell it because the property belongs to the bank that loan you the money. I think if Tinubu decided that, you know what, I'm going to do this, he's going to win election hands down. Because young people now will not have to be paying landlord. They will now be paying mortgages every month. Just be paying mortgage every month. The economy will start ticking. And a lot of people, that figure that you are seeing, Nigerians are looking for opportunity to start because they don't have the ability to buy land even. That figure that you are seeing that is 20% will climb to 30, 40% very quickly of ownership. And remember, because they have to be paying for their mortgage, it also informs their behavior. They don't want to risk losing the chance to finish paying that mortgage because they will waste all the effort that they have already made. So in other words, they tend to be better law-abiding citizens when they have a stake in the system. I don't understand why some of all these things they don't do it. It's like it's right there. It's an own goal.
Yeah, but
it's an own goal. I can't see the risk. I can't see the risk involved.
But the truth is, the government, they don't care, to be honest. I feel they don't. Majority of our political leaders, they don't really care about the people. Like how you really look at the suffering of the people, you really want to provide solution. You want to do. They don't. Majority of them, they don't care. It's all about them, their pocket, loot money, buy whatever. They don't really care about it. But that's why they are not even see the problem. You know, they don't. If you genuinely care, like you really want to solve a problem, you will find solution. That's the way I feel. I feel most time
this is one of the easiest solutions. This is easier than student loans.
Yeah,
to get the money back. Mortgage is so easy. It's easier than car. They are not exactly going to park the house and run. Just give them the house, let them find somewhere so that and it's going to also alter their behavior. You're going to see many of those people are not going to want to run away from the country. They have a mortgage to finish. They're not going to want to run away from the country. It's almost like our government, I'm sure they know these things. I'm not a genius. I'm not anything. I just discovered this how many days ago. I'm sure they know these things. Why has no politician said, you know what? I'm going to stick my head out and guarantee these things on the ban, knowing full well that the property is going nowhere.
What are you talking about?
That's mortgage, because Nigerian home ownership is at 20 to 25%.
Why are you talking?
Why
are you
in
talking
China,
so much nonsense?
Where are you now? This one that this one that is talking to me like man from the light. Where are you? I can't see you.
Why are you talking about nonsense? You're asking,
I can't see you.
You have fake agencies. You're talking about giving people loans.
Yeah, they just discover. I told him.
Are you blowing?
You have fake agencies. I mean, you have to first of all resolve that.
He just gave us such an
Kija, you did blow yourself. Not now yourself you did blow. Not your backyard.
You are completely blown, Kija. Okija is ready to blow. Bring your camera closer. Bring it down a little bit so they can see you a little bit more. Now we can see you. But Okija, in China, 90 to 95% home ownership. In Russia, 91.5% home ownership. In America, at least 63%. In many European countries, around the 60s. In Nigeria, 20 to 25%. This is an industry, mortgage industry is almost zero risk industry. I don't even know what, it's like zero risk. Why is the Nigerian government not doing something like that?
No, first of all, you have to understand, all these states you're talking about, they are like, police state, not like, police state in the sense of, police stopping people. Police state, like, where you have a government knows you, your social security number, all those things, your credit history, all those things, government, they have that, they can track it, they can get you. Try to arrest someone in Nigeria.
Why do they need to get you? Why do they need to get you? They just need to get their house back.
No,
why do they need you?
First of all, you have to build a credit system, okay, where you can track people. Now we have 4 forms of ID in Nigeria. We have NIN, we have BVN or whatever. We have so many. So
exactly what I was telling him earlier.
Yeah. So you have to first of all have
BVN.
Even now, people still. People who do the passport with fake name, they can still go into the system now and they pay bribe and they fix it for them. But it can happen in the US, or China.
Okija though, even if they bribe and do whatever if they don't pay their mortgage, the condition is that you will lose your property.
Yeah, but again, mortgage. If you give people mortgage, how many people? Why I got into this, this discussion. You guys were talking about home ownership and AY was saying about older people. Yeah, it's true. Like our fathers, probably they are mates, they had, because they were able to build, because they had disposable income. But look at look at even your classmate. Check your classmate to see how many people that have job. Just to start with.
Yeah,
I don't know if you belong to what's that group of secondary school. I mean, see, how people they asking for money. Their wife.
Even 20,000 naira. People be soliciting for money.
We don't buy a car for some people. Like we buy a car, buy KK for people. So I mean, how would they have the money to pay for mortgage? The country, we don't have a diversified economy. I was trying to start out with someone. We're talking about we're trying to get advertisers in Nigeria. If advertisers just MTN, a Glow, those are the people that can give you advert. Like you can, but you come to America, you see so many companies. So you have to first of all build a diversified economy. See, okay, Nigeria even think about insurance, car insurance. We see people still they get that 2,000 naira insurance.
See, car insurance I can understand. Car insurance one is a bit fickle, but I feel like before they even started car insurance, mortgage is easier. What is it? Are they going to bond their house?
No, bro. First of all, do car insurance so that you can even track cars.
What? No, you don't. Why do you want to track cars? Don't worry about tracking cars. You don't need to track houses. You know where the houses are. Okay, let's face it. You know where houses are. It's not running.
Okay.
And people can pay their rent, their mortgage every month instead of having to pay rent for one whole year. You know how the pressure it puts on Nigerians? They have to pay rent for 1 year, sometimes 2 years.
But
we need to build a system. We don't have a system.
Yeah, we don't have a system. It's impoverishing the people.
So the system evolved. What Okija was saying now. We need that. If it's BVN.
You have started again now. Wait, I can't believe you.
You gotta listen. Hold on now. Hold on. I need to repeat it again. Okay. So you're talking about BVN. What percentage of Nigeria have bank account? Have you also checked on that?
I don't care. Don't come for mortgage if you don't have bank account.
Now listen.
What we are talking about now is people that have a bank account.
Let me ask you a question. If I take your BVN or NIN, I can see your name. I can see you are from certain state. You are hiding, but I don't know anything about you.
Oh no, you
bank account. No, you don't have details. I don't know your credit history.
Then all you need to do. All you need to do is 1 month. I can create a system that can give people access. Once you give consent, they can have access through the banks as a government official.
That's what we are saying. They should create. The government are not doing that. They are paying student loan. Student loan to who? How do you identify who needs student loan?
Student loan is harder to track than mortgages.
I don't know where for there's someone in Nigeria I was talking to someone in Nigeria. The person told me that they quit their job last week. I was like, why? He said the transport to go to the job is more than it's more than the people. That's a true story for a lot of Nigerians. And for a lot of Gen Zs, that's a true story for a lot of Gen Zs in Nigeria. People.
How does that affect mortgage? Yeah, he's
because you have to have money before you to pay mortgage. You have to save some money from your job to pay mortgage. How will
that person in the city? Is that person in the city? Are they not renting a property? They are paying 1 year rent in that property.
Do you know how many people are living? Do you know? When did you come to abroad? How many people do you sponsor? How many people do you pay their rent? How many people have you started business?
No, to be fair, I understand what you are saying. All I'm saying is that
I don't think you understand the problem, for father.
I think you are just saying people are poor. How do you
Nigerians are poor?
Majority of people are poor. That's the truth.
People are building houses.
Listen to this.
People are still building houses.
Over 85% of Nigerian bank, bank accounts don't have up to $250,000. I mean, 250,000 naira. Over 85% don't have up to.
Okija, technically speaking.
Well, I don't know why we're arguing against this. I thought this was easy to solve.
You don't even need to have more than 250K in your account to get a mortgage, right? I mean, all you need is a down payment. But what I've seen in the US and even
Well,
in other countries, yeah.
we didn't welcome me properly. You know,
Oh
I know
no,
you're a
no,
troublemaker, but look at that. Don't start that. Don't start. We know you're a troublemaker. You are welcome, Osaweka. I appreciate you joining us
Are they
today.
enter the same way where Okija enter now?
Yes, sir. Okija just came from the broadside.
You see, let's be say with ourselves, Babami, our people are very poor. You see, because we don't have microeconomic industries in Nigeria. In America, the only thing that runs the American economy is microeconomics. That's what you see. You can have easy access to liquid funds everywhere. Go to all over my city, you can see loan here, loan there, interest here, interest. Like people have access to those things. In Nigeria, it is not so. And many of our people cannot even afford to save enough in their bank for them to go and say, okay, I want to have this down payment of, let's say, 40,000 naira to purchase this. So we don't have that structure. We don't have it. And our people, in a country where you have more than half of your population below poverty line, that is chaos. You cannot run that.
Let's start from a baseline. Let's start from a baseline. Let me ask you. Let's start from a baseline.
Ogami, it's only in Nigeria. When I was in Nigeria, I think I was like 17. In Lagos that time, they said we should go and do what they call the Lassa number. Any country that has a lot of ways of identification, they are not serious. They are not serious.
Okay, hold on. Let's not do that now. You see what we are doing? What we are doing is trying to be problematic, because you can't say we have too many ways of identification is a problem. We have one way of identification is too little. There's no win. If you have way of identification, it's a way of identification. That's one. And BVN is unique number. And if you don't have BVN, there's no use coming to
what is the NIN about? I have NIN. I have
okay,
BVN.
if you want to have NIN,
I have LAN. How many names?
Why you have yes, you have national security number, you have your account number, you have so many different accounts. See, my point is that BVN is tied to banking, in other words, which is important for checking whether you have finance.
And that is the problem, Ogami. That is the problem. You know why? Go to any serious countries. I stayed in the Middle East, Dubai, for how many years? Many years. And in Dubai, you just have
hold on. It's not fair. You just interrupted me. Hold on.
Yeah, I know.
The point is that BVN. Let me finish one of my points. If we just keep talking over each other, then it's not going to be. People are going to get confused. The point I'm trying to make is that you say they don't have data, but they do, and BVN is tied to account. If those people that want to rent this thing get a property coming, not everybody has all the money, and you can reduce. The government can say, okay, we'll absorb the risk if, say, something catastrophic happens to the property in terms of insure these properties.
Yeah,
but there's no risk. I don't see where is the risk if you give somebody in short. You know what? Let's start from a baseline. Is it good for people to be able to have mortgages in Nigeria?
I would just say this because I feel like Okita might probably want to say something. See.
Let's start from a baseline. Is it a good thing?
The baseline. I will not start by answering your question. I will start from the primary baseline here. The baseline here is that no Nigerian government, as it stands today, cannot categorically tell you how many people are living in Nigeria. They don't know the numbers.
What has that got to do with mortgage? What has that got to do with mortgage?
Now, I'm going somewhere. When you have a community where you have no idea how many human beings are living in there, you cannot have an accuracy on how to take care of those people, probably how to provide resources. So what happens? The implication of that is that you start creating unnecessary channel of identification that would end up not amounting to anything. That's why you have your NINs and your BVNs. Still, you cannot account for the population in your country. So it will be so difficult for any bank to say, okay, we are trying to do this, and it's going to work. It's not going to work because
how? Tell me where the problem is. Tell me where the true problem is. You're just saying they don't count people.
Let me help you.
Let me help you with that. Try to understand me.
Let me help you. That is a good question.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I want you to hear. Yeah, hold on, Mr. Sewerkan. Let me help you with that. See,
okay.
But the difference is, for example, let's use United States and China. when you talk about home ownership there, right? There's something called land rights versus freehold. So in the US, property ownership is typically freehold, meaning you own both the physical structure and the underlying land indefinitely as an owner. But in China, all land is state-owned, right? So, and then I think they have up to like 70-year land use right, like a lease from the government. Follow me?
Yes.
So another thing is that statistically, in the US, it tracks individual households with clear legal titles. So China is high because they often count multi-generational household, so that's why you have it that high under a single family-owned unit, and includes rural housing and collective land properties. So you cannot compare. See, the problem China has, no matter the facade they're showing, they're not competing with the United States in anything, because the United States is a capitalist country and they're a communist country, right? You have free markets, rises production.
But the standard you said just now about counting historical homes,
yeah,
do the Americans not count that too? If you own homes in the counties and the this in the outskirts, suburbs, it still does count as home ownership. So they are counting
as an individual. Yeah, you have what's called a title. That title can only be held by somebody, an individual who owns that property. Doesn't matter how many. If you have 50 family members in that house, they're not going to count that 50 as homeowners. They're going to count one person who holds the title, unless all of you are in that title. So they count.
That's an interesting point you just made just now. You see, Pansa did a little bit of research when he came in. It's an interesting point. So you are saying,
I do that all the time. Let me tell you something, Niger. You never heard my. You know what?
Pastor, hold on. Now I went to examine the point you made.
You never heard my opinion.
Hold on. I need to confirm
let me just make a clarification on that, because it's an important point you just made, and I'm trying to have a chance to say it. Doing research, to me, is not a shameful thing for me.
It's a good thing,
right?
It's a good
so
thing.
There's some people, they want you to have that knowledge innately, your own opinion, pulling it out of your ass, right? I don't do that. When I say something, I might defeat almost anybody that debate me, right? I don't care who it is.
So, but Pastor, let me deal with the point. I'm not here to win this, but I think it's a fascinating point you raised, that the holder of the deed to the property is the only person counted, not all the people living in the property. While in China, that is not the case. That everybody living in property is counted as property owners, not only one person. Are you sure that is necessarily the case?
Well, Google it.
I will confirm that.
That has always been the case.
This is your
does that apply to Russia too?
I will imagine so. It's the communist country, therefore the state owns that land. So all they care about is that you occupy a structure. So whoever is like a lease. We have leases here.
No. To be fair to them, it's not about the land. It's about home. The home ownership, the people that own the property, whether it's on a boat or anything, you own your own home. So they are saying 90% own their own home. But I agree with your point, though. I agree with your point that it makes sense.
If you go to Fifth Avenue in New York, right, a piece of land, one hectare, whatever you measure, do you know how much that would be more expensive than the structure? In Nigeria, we have a similar issue. You don't have the state owns the land. So yes, maybe they will copy Chinese model if that's the way it's going to be, because you don't own the land. The federal government doesn't own the land like in China. The states own the land in Nigeria. Now it's quite remarkable the improvement that China has made with all these skyscrapers. They've actually developed a technology to build a whole skyscraper in a day or two. So it looks good, but it's the same thing with all communism, right? It may look good, but you don't have freedom. You don't own the land. If you own a land, you could determine to tear it down, get a permit to build something else on it. Freedom of choice. You decide what you're going to do, improve the property. So that's the difference. You can't be comparing apples and oranges, okay? Especially data. That's the main reason why I came in here. But I'll be leaving in a minute. So let me say, with permission, There are two things I want to talk about where it comes to, because you've been avoiding me since the Oshun election, forefathers. I posted a link for you to play a very short clip of Davido narrating his ordeal on that election day. And he had phone calls from Akpabio, who is the Senate president. Guess who the second caller was? Dangote, pressuring him to remove a tweet. I've been trying to tell you that Dangote is part of the problem we have in the country. Right?
Davido Dangote. Okay, Davido. Let me check.
Just play. I gave you the clip already. It's
Where is the clip? It's in the private chat. Okay, let me have a look.
Private chat, yeah. So now that's significant because if you look at Dangote as a benign character, it's economic terrorism that he's doing on us. While some people are doing the Boko Haram one, he's doing the economic one. He's not a good actor. So
I'm going to share it now so that people can see, because if that is the case, I think it's worth examining, isn't it? So
you play it and we'll have a discussion, because I have one more item that I would let others speak too. I'm fair. I have many virtues. One of the best ones I have is that I'm fair.
You are. Okay, you're welcome.
It's in INEC because when the election started, the results were being uploaded every 30 minutes. It's about 3,700 polling units that they upload there. When you got to 232, hey, 5 hours, and I already knew what was going on. They were trying to, how are we going to manipulate? Okay, let's add, but when you are losing by 60 to 70,000 votes, it's kind of hard to manipulate that. And I heard the Senate president was trying to call the coalition center. And that is like my godfather, Akpabio.
But you already said
he was calling me. They were calling me to delete. I said, sir, sorry, I don't. Everybody, you guys have literally just gone against my uncle. Like, you know what I'm saying? You guys are saying this, man. I can't delete anything. My uncle Aliko called me to delete. I said, uncle, I'm only deleting until INEC announced I'm only deleting anything. Do you understand? Okay. Who else did they say was calling? Faleke. That one too retweeted me, was saying that I should focus on my music. Well, I said, well, politics is not a job. Do you understand? Yeah. So you are there to serve the people. So he said, focus on let us focus on our politics. See, that's the mentality. Let us focus on our politics. Well, and let me tell you, you guys are getting old. Now your children go suffer. I'm telling you, now your children go suffer. It's in INEC because when the election started,
I think it's repeating now.
Hold on.
It's about 3,700 polling units that they upload there. When you got to 232, hey, 5 hours, and I already knew what was going on. They were trying to, how are we going to manipulate? Okay, let's add, but when you are losing by 60 to 70,000 votes, it's kind of hard to manipulate that. And I heard the Senate president.
Okay, so yeah, I've heard what he's got to say. So let me try to understand what happened here. He said election was going on, and when they started voting, so they started collating the data, and he was posting it. Was he actually posting it on the X? And that is why they don't want him to keep posting it on X, because they technically wanted to rig the election. That's why they were trying to have him delete it from X, so that now they can try to overcome the 70,000 deficit that they have. And Dangote, in the process too, was in support of the losing side. Is that the case, Pansat, you're making? Where is Pansat?
I'm here.
Is that the case you're making? Because I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, the case I'm making on this one is that Dangote is part of the cabal, right? Yes, he's an AGIP, AGIP, which is an acronym for any government in power. That's true. But I'm trying to tell you that he's not as benign and innocent as you think.
Oh, no, I don't think he's innocent, too.
Yeah, but it's more than that. We spent billions of dollars to build that refinery, right? You and I have had this debate, and I told you he didn't put a penny in that refinery, not 1 cent of
Wow.
As a matter of fact, no, I can justify it.
Okay.
I'm on TV, I'm telling you. As a matter of fact, he's putting money in his pocket as he's building it from our money. Do you know how much the Nigerian government, Buhari, gave this guy to build that refinery? Now, you yourself said that, okay, when he builds it, the petrol price is going to come down, right? Is petrol prices coming down? Is cement prices coming?
The petrol price will come down if the Nigerian government decide to work with him to close that gap, but they chose not to.
No.
What is he going to do? He's
a,
buying crude oil from overseas.
Because you have others who want to speak, I'm going to take this up with you another time. Let me make the second point I wanted to make, which is now on the president of our country, right? That's a freedom of information activity going on where they want him to release information. These activities took a long time ago, because I hear you always trying to have us come up as a patriot. You want Nigeria to come up, right? So how are you going to have a president who's got that kind of cloud over his head, right? They just want to release information so Nigerian people will know what's in the file. But more importantly for him, there are allegations. Some of his critics allege that he took up the name Bola Tinubu at much later stage of his life. That there is a Bola Tinubu who's a woman who got killed so they could take that identity, right? Okay, that's wild. So it's not just the heroin problem. That's a problem, but it's not the main problem is that if Americans have such an information on him.
Yeah, but it's not fair to just come and make an allegation like that with zero evidence.
No, listen. I am not. Wait a minute.
Also, sorry.
Yeah,
also flies in the face of reason. Why would he need to take some other person's detail when he can just create a phantom one?
Exactly, but listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Google it. It's there.
Especially women's details.
Yeah, exactly. It's there. You can look at it. But what I'm saying to you is this. My concern is that for his own sake, it needs to be opened up so we could see what's in there. Because from a security perspective, you see how you have security, law, and tech revolution on your name? That's important. You cannot have a president of a country that they have by the blockos. So every 6 months, if they want something, then they're going to make it come up for a hearing. And then
on that point, I agree with you. We are all in agreement. I think all of us here will agree with that.
Okay, but it doesn't stop an agreement. We agree, and then we have to do something about it. That's where.
The question is, what do we do about it when we have an opposition in our country that even refuse to organize themselves to remove him from office?
No, they don't have to organize themselves. Okay, but listen. Let me clear this up now, and then I'll end because others want to speak. But I want you to speak on this. Here's what I'm saying to you. If you mean business, we can do something about it because we have to give the Americans a chance to open up the file. But unfortunately, the last year, Tinubu says to them, hey, look, if you open up this file, you're going to ruin my life. It's going to be irreparable damage to me, right? I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah.
His co-counsel made that appeal. So this time around, they've gone in there, Ms. Shapiro asked for the judge to give him 10 days. The judge said, no, I'm going to give you 4 days. We're going to release it on the 21st, which was yesterday. So this time, FBI, DIA, they went over there and they say, look, we want to tell you in the background, this is so bad, right?
Yeah, so, well, we're talking about home ownership. You just changed the entire topic.
No. I was going to say,
actually very important.
I said you've been avoiding me for this, but that's fine. You could talk about home ownership.
Okay, finish talking about it, then we'll go back to the home ownership because that is quite important.
Okay.
It's an own goal that it should have been done a long time ago.
Okay, let me then say in conclusion, what we should do about it is this. We should not do a party-to-party nonsense, right? We should be the Nigerian people should be the opposition. Because either they release this stuff so we could see it, or we cannot have a president like that. Our country is gone. If Americans have such an information on him, that is not, if they wanted to attack another country for them, he would do it. If they want him to set prices for our country, they would do it, especially in the second term when he doesn't have to run again. So we have to be an opposition.
Who are you going to replace him with now?
There is only one candidate right now, but any of them can do it. It doesn't matter. Let the contest go free.
Not just as compromised as he is.
Who is that?
P2B himself, is he not just as compromised to the West?
Okay, then we'll go for Showore, right? It should be individual choice. If you think P2B is as compromised, then select somebody else who is not.
My worry is that the entire Nigerian political class that I see right now, to an extent, they are compromised. And the worst of all, not even just being compromised is a problem. They lack ambition. Because it's one thing to... It's not, there's nothing wrong with working with the West or working with any country in the world. It's what you aspire to for your people when working with them. Because I remember the case of Mao Zedong when he went to Russia. He asked for nuclear weapons, the very first thing, and that was the first time they created nuclear weapons. So he was asking for the most advanced weapon they had because he had ambition for their people, and he was willing to give Russians anything they wanted from his country to get that. Why are our leaders not ambitious? So it's not necessarily about the compromise.
What you're saying there?
Does P2B have ambition? Can he?
Yes,
tell
he
them,
does. Let me
this,
say, no. There is every Nigerian has ambition. All of them run and have ambition, right? But you can't be comparing.
They have ambition to go and stay in office and
but hold on now. That is your opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion, right? No problem. But it's not. You can't make a case that somebody who had a case of heroin dealership in Nigeria ran home, cut a deal. He's there. He has no capacity. There's inflation, right? He's dishonest.
See, why are you worrying about home leadership? Like this in the Lenin revolution, some of them, they were robbing banks, literally robbing banks. That's what Stalin advocated that they should do to get the money to do their revolution.
Look, fine. If, let's say, Tinubu, it's using his genius or his criminality patriotically, right? I will agree with you. I'm not going to I wouldn't care, because these Oyibos that came over to our country, they were not saints, right? So that would be good. But if what your genius, you're using it to give away our stuff and ruin our own country, then that's a mute point. He's not doing that. But I'm telling you, finally, here's what I'm saying to you. If you're concerned about security, how could you have a president who's prone to blackmail? Look, you can't get to be like China unless you do that. There are necessary background work you have to do. You have to have educated people. You have to have people go to school, right? For example, your people don't want to go to school. They don't want people to come in because it's going to make them go to school.
Answer, you know what the difference?
You want to be in the creeks drinking all day.
And other compromised politicians.
You cannot be comparing P2B to. If you're comparing P2B to Tinubu, then how are you going to have a country?
No, you see, that's exactly what I want to tell you. That you don't know the difference between Tinubu and other compromised politicians are. Tinubu is willing to do anything, literally anything, to get what he wants. The other compromised politicians, they are not necessarily willing to do anything to get what they want.
Well, you are advancing my point.
Enough. No, I hear your point. That's why I support P2B, because he is the least of a bad bunch.
Let me tell you something. That is a milk toast, right? That is a milk toast support for P2B. P2B is better than any other presidential aspirant in the United States.
If he's better, answer me this question. He had 6 million votes. What did he do with them for the last 3 years?
Okay, let me tell you. Number one, P2B had more than 6 million votes. He was rigged out of.
Let's say
he had to live with reality.
8 million.
So
what did he do with them?
What he has done, he has broadened his base. He has more than 6 million now, for sure. He's adding Kanu, right? That is not a small thing to get Kwakwan. So who thinks?
So has the opposition.
Who's that?
The APC has broadened their base too.
No, they have not. They lost everything bequeathed on them by Buhari. You have to know. Let me say this.
How many governors into office? How many governors have they taken? They've taken almost 10 or more governors since they came into office.
Let me say this to you, to Niger. Here's what I'm saying to you. The last time, in 2023, the culprit who rigged the election was not Tinubu. It was Buhari. Everything that Buhari gave him, including warlords and tough guys from the north like Air-5, he has blown all those things. It's gone. He's not going to win anywhere. He didn't win his state the last time. He didn't win his ward. So
Answer. Why are you blaming? You know, I'm getting tired of people blaming APC for this. Why are we not holding PDP accountable?
We have to do both. We have to do both.
Exactly. But so far, we've just been holding one side.
No.
See, hold on.
Yeah.
Tinubu basically lost the election. But because your position were hell-bent on losing it more than Tinubu, Jesus, I can't believe this. I'm saying this. The opposition was more hell-bent on losing it more than Tinubu. That's how Tinubu got into office. He got 36% of the vote.
Exactly.
36. The other candidates, over 60% of the vote, they got it and they still lost because they broke their vote into 4 places.
Yeah, because you're using it wrongly. You don't have opposition. You have oppositions. Now, the aspiration is to have an opposition. Nigerians.
There was one once. There was one opposition once. Those 4 candidates, those 4 camps were from one party. That's what I'm saying. If they were from different political parties originally, I would say fine. But even P2B was literally a presidential VP for Atiku. Wike was in the same PDP. At Kwankwaso they were all together. Then they split the party into 4 camps.
Okay.
And what do you want?
Let me say this. We gotta be fair to the other people here. So I would make one statement, then I will exit for real. What I'm saying to you is this: you gotta be fair to Nigeria. P2B has made 2 or 3 promises to Nigeria only. Number one, it says this time around that he's gonna be on the ballot. He's gonna contest. He's gonna be a presidential candidate. The second thing it says is this: the votes will be counted. If you don't count the vote, then he's gonna count you, right? I want you to take that very seriously. All these people that you keep praising, like Wiki, I was in the comment section trying to tell you that there was a scene in 2025, November. That's a Lieutenant Yerima. He was there. He calmly refused the minister, Wiki, and his security detail entering and trying to take over a property, a site there, right? An illegal structure. And he was able to chase him back. He tucked his tail under his legs with his administration and left that place. That guy stared him down. That's one soldier, Yerima. You're going to have millions of Nigerians, millions of Yerimas. Wike is a coward. All that stuff you're talking about is because we haven't done anything yet. We're going to do something this time. They cannot rig the election. If they rig their election, that country is going to be on fire. I want you to know that today. So don't count on all that stuff.
Election, did they need to rig it for them to lose it? That's the question you have to ask yourself. How can you break your party into 4 places and you still want to win? And you want to beat?
They are not one.
You didn't just want to beat another candidate. You wanted to beat the party that was in power. That
the fallacy in your calculation is that
this I don't know why you guys were going with
no, but that my narrative is getting. I'm feeling. You know why I'm getting a little bit more angry.
It's the democracy. Democracy. You have as many parties as possible. That's democracy. So if you don't win, that's your problem. So I don't think.
But the many party they used to have was once one party. Towards the election, they decided to break apart.
Yeah, 1979, 78, 79 election, we had about 5 parties. How many parties? So many parties. I don't think that's the argument. I don't like it. That's democracy.
Why are we always excusing bad behavior? See,
it's not about opposition. It's not about opposition or the people in power. It's about democracy. Democracy. If you want to have a party, have a party. If there's a constitution requirement, majority of the vote, 25%, on 24 states, whatever. If you win that, if you have 100 parties, if you win that, you win.
Yeah,
that shouldn't be an argument.
But Okija, likelihood of winning increases when you band together as an opposition
exactly. They may still do that.
You don't have to band together to win. You don't have to band together to win.
You can't. Okay, how about splitting apart? With splitting apart, is it a good thing to win election? If you are,
the thing is, like for all of them, all the parties, make sure that there's a credible election. That's all. That's all you have.
That's all we care about. Because we're free. People are free to run.
I get your point, Okija. But how do you know okay, you can say the election is not credible, but how do you know the outcome was not what would have happened, even if everything was perfectly done, given the dynamics of the election?
Yeah, I mean, like, the way I see Tinubu now, if Atiku, which even with all the candidates they have, Atiku has the potential to defeat Tinubu. P2B has the potential to defeat Tinubu, even with all the things they have now. So all of them, you have to work hard for you to win. If P2B wants to win, he should work hard to win. If Atiku wants to win, he should work hard to win. So I don't. That's not a problem. I don't know what
Tinubu cannot even win one state.
They don't need to come together.
Tinubu will not be able to win one state.
But see, Okija, the reason why I say that is because in Nigerian election, the cities are harder to rig in terms of influencing vote with your power.
Mm-hmm.
But the villages, the outskirts, that is where the rigging happens. That's where
that's why you have to do your job. If you want to be a presidential aspirant in Nigeria, presidential candidate in Nigeria, you have to do your job, to protect your vote. So if you can't protect,
I think it's a fair point you're making. It's a fair point you're making, but having people on the ground, governors on the ground, having money and all those logistics, military, the police, you have control over them, gives you at least 5% in that election. That alone.
But we have seen in so many countries, Malawi, Kamusi Banda in Malawi, like we've seen, was this man in Gambia? They've been defeated before. They're in power. They've been defeated. Strong men. They've been chased out of power.
I agree.
I don't see this as a problem. A particular contestant or big contestant. Anybody that we know,
you don't see that as a problem. Okay.
Then let's not complain when the stronger party wins. The party that has more resources,
power, and everything wins.
Make the case yourself. Make the case for APC and Tinubu. You keep push everything, you see it, and then you want more and more from
my case for APC and Tinubu is that if you are not motivated enough to remove them from office, then they have about almost 30 governors. They have the state. The president wields a lot of power in the Senate. The president wields a lot of power among the House of Assembly, in the courts, in the military. Jesus Christ, what other motivation do you need to defeat them? If you want to defeat that kind of power, you have to come together. You can't just stand alone as one political party to go and defeat them in all these arenas. It's too.
Okay, let me make the case. Okay, you remember 2023, Lagos State, the financial capital of the country, where Tinubu come from. They had an APC governor, and actually a protege of Tinubu himself, right? But the overwhelming votes in that state made it impossible for them to rig that election in Lagos State. He lost his state. Tinubu lost, even with an APC governor. It lost his own ward, perhaps his precinct. In Imo State, you had an APC governor. That's Ozodema, right? Who is like the campaign chairman for the APC. Still is. P2B won that state with a wide margin, probably 90 percentile.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing in Lagos. And these are, so in Aba itself, which is Abia State, the returning officer there refused to go along with rigging the election there. It was a woman. So they lost Abia State with wide margins. Now, that was before Tinubu was known to be incapable of ruling the country, right? He has no capacity, he has no compassion, he has no empathy, he's aloof. Hand they shake, leg they shake, right? So now, people like you, and I'm very surprised at you because you were, when I go to other platforms, I use you as an example of people who were kind of on the fence. It really doesn't matter to you who won between Peter Obi and
I wasn't on the fence. I was supporting P2B, and I'm still supporting P2B. But
my
enthusiasm for P2B has diminished because of the way he has conducted himself, especially in the last 6 months, where he decided to move into ADC and then jump from ADC to NDC. I find that problematic, and also the fact that the party that he won the election with, he left it And he didn't even get them while he was there. He didn't get them to conform to any of his ideals.
Prophets, I don't know why you are one of these people making this argument, as if you don't know what is happening in Nigeria, as if you don't know that the federal government, is making all this trouble in all these parties. I just, when you somebody like you,
but your job is to fight it now.
How can he fight it when you are working with?
6 million votes. You got 6 million votes. That's how you fight it.
Or you have 6 million votes. So party is a party. There's nothing much he can do. He has his followers. His followers will go with him to any other party. So that's the thing. With for party.
He left. Okay, let me ask you then. He left the party now. Let's say that one. I probably would have said, you know what? He left the party to go and join Atiku. Then Atiku decided to step aside and grant him his blessing to go ahead with Congress to go and win the election. If they had done that, they would have won. But instead, what happened was that he went to ADC, then left ADC. Leadership involves insight. You need to know insight before you leap.
So what state did he win before that he will lose now because of that? What state is he going to lose from the one he won? Right? Could you answer that question? Do the analysis professionally.
The states that he runs the risk of losing are some of the states where he has ruthless governors switching parties.
No, I'm saying give me a particular state because of what you said he did, right? To me, I made a statement that
I'm not sure.
Hold on. He's broadening his base. I gave you Kanu, for example. He didn't win Kanu the last time. The states that he won the last time, I don't think he's at risk of losing any of them. He's actually going to be picking up more states. Right, especially by changing his vice president. Unfortunately, he has to maneuver because the party system in Nigeria has legal undertones. There are certain things you cannot do if somebody challenges you. So the government has been able to pay off people in those political, like the Labour Party. If you go there and you bribe the chairman or cause chaos, then P2B has to outsmart you, which is what he's doing. He's outsmarting the government. He made a promise to the followers, look, I'm going to be on the ballot, right? It's not easy to make that kind of promise before and follow through. Then he went ahead and broadened his base to the north now, okay? Because, like I said before, the last election was between Buhari, northern governors, and Peter Obi. Right now, what the modus operandi for Tinubu, what he did is to blow all that, now go back to the south especially, to go and get Wike and go and get Akpabio. These corporates are not going to be able to do the things you think Buhari did. Buhari was a thug, committed a coup d'etat, right? He's a feared soldier who's laconic. He doesn't say much. So if, for example, in 2023, Buhari wanted me to have been the president, I would have been the president, even if I'm not registered as a running for office. He could pick who's going to be a president, especially with El-Rufai and certain northern governors. They reluctantly allowed Tinubu to come in during the primary phase. Jettison Osinbajo and picked him. But he's been over there running his mouth like it was him who did it. He didn't do anything. So now you see a repeat of Lagos in Osun. Right now they're taking credit for it, right? They're saying, hey, look, like he planned it that way. He didn't plan it that way. There were 30 or more Nigerians who died from that election. It was a serious contest, right? So I want to tell you now, I hope all of them are healthy enough to run for office. He's not going to be able to do that again. Nigerians are not, they see that he doesn't have the capacity to do anything. We got inflation. I don't know who's going to be sitting on the fence.
I wish 30 people die in that election, but that said, I would like to go back to the original topic that we were discussing so that we don't stray too far away. For the people that have just joined us, the topic we were discussing was home ownership in Nigeria, because it came out that the Chinese had home ownership of about 90 to 95%, Russia 91.5% home ownership. In America, somewhere around 63% home ownership, and many European countries similar numbers, while that of Nigeria is somewhere between 20 and 25%, which is abysmally low, not was. And the question arises, is that why is it the Nigerian government have not instituted a form of mortgage system to enable people to buy properties? Because I've thought about it, and I've spoken to other panelists like AY about this, and we can't seem to come up with the risks involved. So the question I wanted to ask you, Pansat, was that what is the risk involved in the government creating a mortgage system in Nigeria? Is there any risk that you think is preventing this from happening?
Yes. The number one reason is the leader. Leadership matters a lot, right? So it connects back to the other, but I won't below it. Here's what you gotta understand. The type of leadership, you have to have a patriot come into that office the next time around. And all these things are gonna be built. You cannot build any of these things unless you have a true patriot. Somebody who's not gonna go take in the money. We have a finite resources, right? Finite. It's not infinite. There's a certain amount of resources that we have. So if you have a cabal of about 1,000 people taking all that money, how are you going to fund those things? Who's going to come up with those things? Who's going to invest? You have a lot of Nigerians. Nigerians don't even need foreigners to come and invest, right? There's something you're going to set, legal precedents, everything is set legally sound. And Nigerians will bring capital back home and invest. We have
Okay. Apart from the government themselves, let's say the system is set up somehow.
Yeah.
What would be the biggest risk to such a system in Nigeria? Why has it not happened?
It hasn't happened just for that one reason. I'm telling you.
Just that one reason alone. The government.
That's it. Because yes, Nigerians in diaspora will have a lot of money, right? A lot of Nigerians will come home to invest their money, but some people actually tried it a few years ago. They come home, they build a hospital or whatever, and then they get killed, or they somehow the investment doesn't pay off.
To be fair, many of them still own those properties, though. I've seen a lot of properties in Nigeria that are owned by people overseas. That said, it wasn't mortgage. Most of them were bought outright. Most Nigerians they build or buy mortgage. In a way, building is like a mortgage, to be fair. When you buy a property, it's like the down payment for a mortgage. Then when you start building, it's a form of mortgage. I think maybe that, you see, what you see, from talking about this now, we may have stumbled across the reason why the Nigerian government doesn't do mortgages. It could be because they see building a property from scratch as a form of mortgage. They prefer that. But I'm not sure that is the best way to do it, because clearly the home ownership is very low in Nigeria.
Yeah, and, but you keep thinking central command, right? Who do you think own mortgages here in the United States? A lot of them is Britain, from, what's the name of the bank there? The high percentage of it, Hong Kong, Britain. That's who does the mortgages, banks, private individuals. It's not supposed to be centrally commanded economy. Right, the investors have to make sure that the investment is safe. If you don't have political maturity in the country, it's like a banana republic, right?
I think we are for flogging this issue, but I mean, for forefathers, Nigerians, they don't have disposable income. You can't how like, okay, for instance, let me assume a bank in Nigeria. Okay, for instance, before I go into that. I was listening to this real estate program, Nigerian real estate program. So the woman who's a real estate person, she was interviewing someone. Someone was asking her, like there was a house they put up for sale. The person was asking her, who buys these houses? Like who buys this house? These houses are expensive. And the real estate woman was like started laughing. She was like, the same thing people who live abroad ask her. Because most of the real estate houses in Nigeria, they are bought by stolen money and fraud money. You see the guy they arrested a couple of days ago. These are the people who buy houses in Nigeria. It's not ordinary government worker. It's not ordinary businessman. They are not the ones buying. It's people who are stealing money from government.
The reason why these are the people buying.
For instance, let me say a bank becomes a mortgage lender. You buy how let's say the bank build, they build the house and they put it there. The house is going to be there. Nobody will buy it because except when the people that have the money from crime, that's the people that will buy it. You have to first of all, what is the cost of an average house in Nigeria? What is the cost of building an average house in Nigeria? What's the cost of income in Nigeria? What is the what do you call it?
Let me go in this direction.
Get all those facts together. Then that's when people can afford.
The question now is percentage of Nigerians that earn up to $1 million this in naira a day. Naira.
Google it. People, government workers. Okay, how much they pay police? They just increased the salary at about 150 to 100 and something thousand the other day.
Wow. Million naira. This year think I was saying $1 million. $1 million naira a month.
So for that, I don't know why. So wow. Maybe you are from a rich, family, a rich people. I have people, friends who went to school. You ask them, these people, they don't have enough money to go to work in monthly. I mean, I'm talking about getting a mortgage.
To be fair to you, the numbers I'm seeing here I asked percentage of Nigerians, percentage of Nigerians that earn, Nigerians that earn up to 1 million naira a year, that earn up to, let me put it up to 1 million naira a month. I mean, a month, because if you want to pay mortgage, you need to be.
I'm smoking something a month.
Okay, hold on now. The percentage of Nigeria that earn up to 1 million naira a month. Come on, man. Okay, yeah, calm down.
Bro, you're high, bro.
Calm down. It looks like the facts are on your side on this one, though. So the number is showing that the percentage of Nigerians earning up to that is about 0.4 to 5%. Even if it's 5%, it's still very, very low. Percentage of Nigerians earning up to 1 million naira. So now let's break it down. Mortgage in Nigeria, you want to get a small house, not inside Abuja. Some part of Abuja, you can get house for around 200 million. Let's say it's 200 million, and you are earning 500,000 a month. If you set 250,000 naira out of that 500,000, you are going to be looking now at a year 6 million. That is a lot of money. A year 6 million? No. 250. No, you are looking at about 3 million a year. Oh my God, 200,000.
Do you know the interest rate banks give? The interest rate in Nigeria? It's about 20-something%.
Yeah.
How can you get a loan to you make it, even if you're making 500,000, you get a loan for about 24% for mortgage, about 200 million naira mortgage. How much you can pay it?
This forefathers is very, very. You're very, very clever. You know that we're talking about Nigerians are starving, right? Do you know how many people are starving in Nigeria below the poverty line?
I don't think you understand.
I say we select our leader. You come here to talk about mortgage. You want to be like America, right? You can't even be like Ghana. You can't even be like South Africa.
Calm down.
You want to be like America, right? You're talking about first world issue problems, talking about mortgages in Lagos and everything. Is that what we're supposed to be talking about?
Let us even talk. Let us go back to how do we force local governments to provide water? Let's begin with that. Let's begin with that.
Okay. So now, hold on. I want to check the percentage of Nigerians that earn 500,000 to...
It's distraction now.
No.
The percentage of people on 70,000. How many Nigerians count 70,000?
Hey God, calm down. See, I'm trying to see the point that you guys are making. I think you are making some strong points here. I have to say, based on what I'm looking at here, the numbers are indicating that very small percentage of Nigerians earn that kind of money. And wow, how do you get them a property to be able to afford it? Because property prices are quite high.
Government, they have to build for free and dash it to them. That's the easiest. That's the best way to give it to them.
How do you dash people property then? You
get all your money, build properties and dash them.
People you like, you dash the people you like, or it's a lot.
No, I'm telling you, you are looking for a solution. I'm giving you the solution now because there's nothing else that will work. Nothing else will work.
Okay, I think the point you're making seems like a strong one, actually.
And also the properties in Nigeria, they overvalued. They are
overvalued. Are you sure?
Yes.
Actually, not too, because when I checked like Zimbabwean properties, South African properties, oh my God, Nigeria is cheap.
No,
Nigerian properties are cheap, even compared to Ghana.
South Africa. I mean, like, okay, look for a $3 million house. What $3 million house in Nigeria, and look for a $3 million house in the US.
Oh my God! Okay, let me search it now. We're going to see now. You'll be shocked to three. Okay, let me put it dollars sign $3 million house. Oh my God, you'll be shocked to house in US. So now we'll share this. This is interesting, actually. It's an interesting question you asked just now. So $3 million house in the US. Let's see how we can find them. I think $3 million house in the US. Do they have property estate agency or realtor?
Me at the come out to I don't want this kind of distraction.
Okay, house for sale. Let's put house for sale.
I'll come later.
All right.
Okay, John, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Longest time.
Sale in US. Yeah, he doesn't want to. He wants to talk about Dangote and this thing. It's all right. This was not Dangote station. Okay, right move. USA for sale in US. Find property for sale in the US. Okay, search for. Okay, let's say New York. New York is where would you? What state do you prefer? Is New York okay?
Okay. Anyway, I mean, we'll go check. California is expensive. Check it.
Oh no, California is California is quite expensive. So okay, let's go for California. California is basically prime and quite expensive too. It's probably the most in California. US California. Okay, so $21 million. So let's see if we cap it highest price. Let's see how many bedrooms, price maximum range, max range, 3 million, 3 million, and minimum range. Come on, give me minimum range, 3 million 2 or 2.9 million, 2.5 million. Okay. So now we are looking at the properties that are worth 2.5 million in the US. They shared a lot. It's quite neat, I have to say. This doesn't look so bad from the top side. That's the property there. Wow, it does look nice. 2.9 million. That's almost 3 million. Not bad, actually. It does look good. Yes. Wow, and they gave a lot of pictures, of 74 pictures. They literally took pictures of everything. And how many bedroom is it again? I will check how many bedroom. We didn't check. Oh, that's a big house. For America, that's actually quite big for America.
Yeah.
And we'll check in Zimbabwe. We'll check in Zimbabwe, so you'll be shocked what you find in many African countries. That is not bad. That's a nice looking house for 3 million. And this is supposed to be California. That's not bad. San Diego.
Overlooking the water.
It's not bad, actually. It's big. Almost every corner is big.
You will see one, place. They will just Nigeria. One bad neighborhood. Bad area. You have houses close all over the place. They tell you it's $5 million.
Okay. We've seen one very reasonable one. It's got tennis court and everything, but we've not seen Nigerian one. I fear that Nigerian one is going to be killer. The Nigerian one, let me put it in a $3 million house in Nigeria. 3 million. If I put it, that's just one though. It's not a lot. It's not a scientific. $3 million house in Nigeria. Or Lagos. Should we put Lagos or Abuja? I guess Lagos makes more sense. In Lagos, $3 million house in Lagos. We check right move Lagos. And billion. Let's see what this billion means. Now this billion, we don't know what it means in there. Let's see, 1.5 billion. Wow, that is not even up to $1 million. Let's see what this property. You see this? Let me see if I can get this out. I wish I can move this link properly. Let me see. Okay, so now this is one of them. So I'll go back so that I will be fair. We check others too that range in that price. They tend to be quite good. I have to say, California is a nice area. Man, I must say, I do like the properties. They look good, well polished, big. But it's $3 million. $3 million is not easy. Even in America, it's not easy to come by. That is really rich people's house. But I get a feeling that if you see that of Nigeria, you too will be like, okay, $3 million is still a lot. Let me go to the Nigerian ones now. So this one is somewhere around $1 million, really, by this thing. So, and I don't think I don't even know whether this is even a property. This is just 5 pictures. I don't know whether that qualifies as even a reasonable property. Oh, let me go back. I need to go back one step. Lekki, Lagos. Where is the property to rent now? Okay, rent and no, to buy. Property, houses to buy. And not bedroom. How about price now? By price. Default, sort by high price first. So now these are the highest price ones I can see here. I decided to just go for the highest price, and that's a lot of properties, and this is some of the highest prices we have here. So I'm going to check this one against the price so that we know how much this is before we start checking the item. So let's see how much this is worth. Okay, that looks like a lot too. Well, let me confirm it. The US dollars. Oh, that's not a lot actually. Is that 1, 2, 3? Hold on. This is thought. This is tiny amount. That's only billion. That's not accurate. Are we serious?
$3 million dollars is about it's something billion. It's into billion.
Okay, this is 360 million. That's nothing then. That's nothing in Nigeria. That's nothing actually. Let me go back to the property again. That's nothing. I need to find some heavyweight. Are you telling me this is the most expensive property in Lagos? It cannot be. This is billions here. Is it not billions? 1, 2. Yeah, that's $1 billion. Okay, that's $1 million. Okay, this is the first billion we've come across so far. Yeah, these dollars actually. Let me see. That's showing up in dollars now. That is in dollars. How is that possible? Waterfront 5-bedroom detached elevator.
It's about $4 billion.
House. That it is showing 5 billion. Is that by mistake or something? I don't understand that. Why is it showing 5 point something million? That's billion actually, not even million.
It's billion.
That's stupid. Who listed the property like that? That person is stupid.
Yeah, okay. Check that billion naira.
This is why I joke. This one I joke. I think I need to go to GG or something. These people, they don't know what they are doing. I don't think these guys know what they are doing here. They are just being silly.
It's what I check Nigerian properties. They are valued. You see, they are valued. You need to be stealing. You need to be stealing all your money. You need to be Tompolo before you can buy those houses in Nigeria. You can't.
Okay, this property we are looking at here. This one is worth how much? Let me see how much they will say it's worth. This is the first property that went to 1, 2. Oh, let me go to
that's a.
Yeah.
This one is. Yeah, this was pound sterling. You are doing. Yeah, using pound.
Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to get to United States dollars. So this one is 3. That's billions. It can't be billions. It can't be billions of this in naira. Let me see. Maybe I didn't get something right. It could be that I increased this one too much. So this makes more sense. 4.something million. This thing. That's a little bit too much. I don't think that property is worth that amount based on what I'm looking at here. Although you have 5 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, 6 toilets, detached, 6 spaces parking, furnished. I don't know, man. For what I can see, I'm not very impressed. I have to say on this one, I'm not very impressed. Let me see whether they have some good. I can see some wooden stuff there. So I don't know what they have in there. It looks polished. It looks like it's by the sea. But still, I don't.
I mean, by the sea, where in Nigeria? By the where is where is it? Like
I must say on this one, I must say, okay, you are making some good points here. I have to say, I don't know where to hide this. I can't. I don't have any.
I check all those things. Like I watch a lot of Nigerian real estate YouTube videos. So basically, I see houses. I'll be like, what's going on?
Let me go to Gigi. I'm not very impressed with this channel. Let me go to Gigi. This people that are like Joro people. They don't know what they are doing. Let me go. Let me go to Gigi. Let me go to Gigi. I think Gigi they are better. Oh God, this is why
and they go to China and they go to China, buy all this material they use for the house and telling that in Italian.
Wow. I think you are making me a little bit skeptical of the Nigerian market right now. Let me see. Okay, let's go. 1.7 billion. Let's go to the billion. You see this one? You see this place? They are better. I don't know. Right move is rubbish. Gigi seems to be doing it better actually. Okay, look at that now. Now we are beginning to see some real stuff. Now you see this 10 images. The other one they give quite a lot of ample images, which they should. But then Nigerian people, they are not giving enough good images. You see that? Now you're beginning to see pristine property. But that said, though, the American ones, they literally have it almost fully furnished. Okay. You see that? Look at the prices we are talking about for these things. And
look at 5 billion, 4 billion, 4 billion. That's more than $3 million. So.
Let's check now. Let's check what
and it has gate close to the house, but go to the American one, the gate will be very far from the house.
I'm not sure it's up to 4 million. Though. Let's see now. I don't think it's up to 4 million from what I can see here so far. United States dollars, 2.2 million so far. That's where we are right now. So 2.2 million, yeah, that's getting close. So it needs to be more than this for us to. Okay, you're not seeing it actually. You're not seeing that you. Because when I clicked, I think I went to a totally different browser. Let me show you what I'm seeing so that you understand. You're not seeing it. This browser thing, it can be a bit tricky. I like when it's just showing the windows. So these are the images from the flat, the house, I mean. So you can see it for yourself. As you can see, they are quite highbrow properties. They are not as furnished as the other one. And I like the other one, the way they are furnished. It looks like it's almost ready to, for you to just move in. You don't even need to buy much. You just jump into the property and you're living in there. So I like that one. This one is empty. You have to fill everything in yourself. Now, that is, it was showing about $2.2 million. Now, I think now these are the ones that you can say, yes, they are definitely above that of this thing. Wow. Let me see. This is expensive. The location is a bit too much too. Maybe the location is. Wow, look at that. This is shabby though. Look, are you seeing this thing here? I don't know. You can, I don't like this thing. Sorry, it just switches the browser. You have to. Man, let me go back. Let me show you again. So, look at what it does. This is the property. Look at all this, man. How can you put property for this price for this? Look at that. Look at this thing there. It's just, that is a little bit. God, you know what? It looks like you have made your point here on this one. I like to pride myself for being a guy that if somebody gives me reason to back off, I will back off. It looks like this one. It looks like this one. You give me a reason to back off on this project.
If we need to have a project to force local government to provide water, because I think I've told this story many times here. I was born and raised in Onitsha, and when I was small, we used to have a pipe of water all over the place. Then there was this World Bank assisted project. They ran pipe all over every street in Onitsha. You got a pipe, bomb water, meter every compound. They they gave a compound meter. And then the water ran for like maybe a couple of weeks and then packed up. World Bank assisted project. World Bank is a project. So that money we see all the money. I don't know if they finish paying the money. So what I saw.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check now. I think I'm going to try to be deliberate about this. I will see what the 2.2 square meters, 2,200 square meters. How many bedrooms? 9 bedrooms. So I'll compare that with the American one. I wish I can share 2 browsers really. That way we have 2 screens to check these things out. Let me see if I can hack the American one out here. So this is 5 bedroom. So, that's not even the American one. Let me see. This is the American one. Okay, this thing. Okay, yeah, this is the American one. 5 bedrooms. 2.9 million. You see, now size also matters, but the Nigerian one is 9 bedrooms. So the previous California one is 9 bedrooms. This is 9 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, parking, everything. The size of the place. Let me check the American one just to compare.
You have to also check the neighborhood in Nigeria and the neighborhood in because even
yes.
Even the one of the prettiest neighborhood in Nigeria, you will see how people Malam selling suya and selling have a shop.
Come on, man. That's a fair point, but still, man, that's a bit petty though. You're looking even the Malam, you're using the price of property. That's brutal. Wow, you're going after the Malam too.
No, I'm telling you that's the truth. But in America, it will be like
that
an
is just
exclusive
right below the belt right now.
Yeah,
But
it
you see, the American
neighborhood. You don't see people there. You don't, nothing.
The American ones don't have. Hold on, though. The Americans, they don't put the landmass. Why are they not putting in the landmass?
No, they put the property. They put the size of the acre. They put it as
acre. But I'm not seeing it though. Where do they put it? Because it's not there. It's Los Angeles. The distance from the airport.
Once the house is advertised, they give all those details.
Yeah, 80 plus 80 branches. They're just talking about Hampton and this thing. They don't. To be fair, I would expect it to have it. Let me go show it to you so you see what I mean.
Yeah, where you're saying Nigeria is Guzape, go to Guzape, you see from one end to another. You just go from a different neighborhood in one place. They'll just look different. If you drive 5 minutes, it's different. You drive another 5 minutes, it's different. So you don't even know, that this is a highbrow area, kind of, Yeah, you have a lot of. I think they have a lot of estate now in Guzape.
Okay, yeah, there's nothing here that shows the acres, but I would take it that if I know that Nigerian rooms and how flats, properties, the living area, they tend to be quite big. Nigerians make them big, but from what I can see here, is 5 bedrooms, 3 fireplaces, but the Nigerian one has quite a lot of amenities in it, like. This one is 9 bedrooms, 9 bedrooms, 9 bathrooms, almost double the number of rooms that the other one has got. And clearly, this one, they didn't show all their rooms and their bathrooms. They only show, the pictures are 19. If they are showing all of them, the number of bedroom and bathroom alone is 18. Not to mention the dining and all the various aspects that they will have there. And this property is about 4.something billion. Let me get the precise price that I'll let you know.
4.something billion is over $3 million.
Yeah, I think it will just be somewhere around $3 million actually, because it's 2.4.
So it should be over 1,380 or so, 1,350.
Yeah, $3.3 million. $3.3 million,
yeah.
Which is not so far from where we are. I guess if you add 300,000 extra, I don't think you get 4 bedroom into this Californian property. You will not get 4 bedroom.
It's not about you see the way they operate here. It's not about how many bedrooms. They buy neighborhood. They buy some other stuff like the environment. They buy the view. Yeah, all those things are. possibly that person has what do they call it? Where they like a small park kind of, wood where they can just go and walk. Private property, private wood where they go and hike a little bit. In Nigeria, just something like in the city. That's only in the city where you can get all these high price houses in Nigeria. You can go to like a place where you can get, like a ranch. You can't find it. You can't see a ranch in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Wow, properties are expensive. Oh, look at, like, I'm putting 2-bedroom house now in Nigeria, and I put them for, let me see, what is the price range? Did I select a price range? No, there's no price range actually. So look at that, 600 million. Is that 650 million I'm seeing there for a 2-bedroom apartment? Okay, we need to remove Lagos. Maybe most people, okay, let's assume that this is not in Lagos. This is somewhere else. Let's say Ogun State. Let me go to Ogun State there. Let's look for cheaper states where housing is a little bit easier to get. Because that way the government now can start saying, you know what, let's start rolling out mortgages in these smaller states where people are really poor, and
when they are poor, I mean, the more you move out of Lagos, the poorer the people become.
God, maybe the people in Lagos should be buying mortgage in the countryside now.
The poorer
people is this one.
Until people will start having disposable income, that's the only way you can do the mortgage in Nigeria.
Okay,
but I was giving you a low hanging fruit. I don't know why you are bent on.
What is low hanging fruit there? You are basically throwing the entire tree away, saying you're giving me low hanging fruit. There's no fruit there. See,
let the government provide water. I mean, that one is easy. I mean, if they give me the contract, I'll be able to do it because I did water engineering. I worked in a World Bank assisted project for Lagos State. One company I did my IT with. They had a project, so I worked in it there, and some Shomolu, Beju, some other places. So we did borehole. We did borehole to feed the waterworks. So at least that one. So at least if you give them, how can you give this city water? I'll be able to go to the city, check things and say, okay, we can do it this way. So that one is easy.
It's true that Nigerians are relatively quite poor. So what is the percentage of Nigerians that you think pay up to ₦1 million a year for their rent?
It got a lot of people pay 3 million. There's somebody I was talking to in Abuja. The person pays 3 million for 1 bedroom. In Guzape, actually. In Guzape,
okay, Guzape is expensive now. What is it doing? What are they doing in Guzape? It's stupidly expensive. Life like a Sokoro area now, isn't it?
3 million, and this person doesn't have a job that.
Let him go to Lugbe now. What is it doing in Lugbe is going to get a 4-bedroom, 3-bedroom without. What is he doing in Guzape? Guzape is very expensive. He's looking for trouble now. Going to Guzape to go and live. It's like somebody going next to the Buckingham Palace to go and live. What is that all about? Or somewhere in central London. It's going to be or Washington, close to White House. Those areas are expensive. So that's
someone in Lagos paid for a shop 300,000 a year, and they charge him agency and agreement 300,000. I mean, their country is that country is crazy.
Okay, then 3. So, oh my God, that's a long time, 40 years. That's a long time. Okay, let's see. This one. Okay, 20 years mortgage. If they can give you 60 million naira for 20 years mortgage. For somebody that pays 3 million rent a year, if you give them a mortgage for 60 million naira, they will be able to pay that same money for mortgage. You see what I mean? Especially if you also say, yes.
I don't know how to pay that money for a month or a year.
For a year. Annually. Yes,
so
because
how much does the person make? How much does?
Yeah, but they're already paying 3 million a year. That's my point. If they're already paying 3 million, then now you can now split that 3 million into monthly payment. And now they are not paying it to a landlord; they are paying it to themselves.
Okay, so where would they get land that will 60 and build for 60 million land and building.
Oh no, the government will already have built the property. The property should already exist. Then you can now give it to them and say, this is your property. Instead of you to be paying 3 million every month, every year, take this one, pay us 300,000 or 250,000 or so every month to make up for the 3 million every year. So I guess you can get the statistics and say, okay, how many people pay up to 3 million? How many people pay up to 2 million? And look for a way to get a property that can match their this thing that they are already paying. They will be willing to.
Why it's not possible? For instance, in a place like Lagos, where it's not possible, because people they live, they live within, the community where they trade or they do business. I mean, some people live afar, but they live within distances where they can get to work. However, the problem is this: that Lagos is so saturated, you can't get a land to build massive houses. You have to go to like outside, like Badagry, Ikorodu, or even like Ogun State. For you to be able to get land, able to do like large scale property development. So that means you're taking those people far away from where they do their businesses.
It's a very, very tricky thing, because you say Nigerians don't make money, a lot of money, but you will find that a lot of them pay 2-3 billion every year for rent. And to be fair,
they pay, but they and a lot of people pay that for them. No, they don't pay it. People pay that for them. Other people, they beg. People. I don't know if you have. Did you go to secondary school in Nigeria? Did you belong to WhatsApp?
I did in Nigeria.
Yeah, school. Don't they have like WhatsApp group? I mean, you see people that in Nigeria, begging for rent.
What about? I didn't go to school when there was WhatsApp. What kind of? Come on, man.
No, I mean, like what I mean, like now, because even you guys belong to a WhatsApp group. My secondary school, we have WhatsApp group now. Like, all of them, yeah.
I wish
my
they have
university,
one.
we have WhatsApp group. We're in a WhatsApp group, so they come to somebody started it here, adding people here. So many of us.
Wow.
So now, so we chat, and you see problems people have. You'll be like, what? You'll be thanking God that you left that country.
Oh, come on, man. Let's find a way to make it at least livable. Okay, I hear your point. I think the point you make is a valid one, because the income level within the country is abysmally low, and the people you are going to be able to help is very, very thin on the ground, and so it makes it less viable for something to happen.
Do you know how many girls are doing nail tech? How many girls are doing fashion? I mean, it's basically the same job. Ask that 100 girls in Nigeria, what do they do? Like I show you about 75% they done nail tech, fashion, the same thing. And who are they selling the things among themselves? So we need to develop, train people to have skills in IT, other things. But one of the reasons why I was talking about water, for instance, because I if you provide water, for instance, now make it like a compulsory, like every compound, like in US, the way it is in every city, the city will provide water, and they have law. The landlord, you must provide water to your compound, to your house. So if tenants live there, but the landlord, you pay for the water, and you must make sure the water is there, the water is running. So if there's any problem, landlord is responsible. If you don't pay your water bill, they can sell your house and get their money. So things like that. So when you do something like that in Nigeria, you see that you're giving money to you give employment to plumbers, because plumbers will continue. Problems will continue to happen. Fix toilet. Water is not going up. We have to get a plumber. You have a businessmen who sell plumbing materials. You have engineers or whatever, other people who work in what do you call it, in the water works, and then other people that need water to run their businesses. You see that so many other things will open up. Let's start with something that basic: water. Provide water to people.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's crazy. But people say, Okija, though, people have access to water and they have what they call it,
borehole. But that's why they always having a typhoid.
Oh God, that's
why,
quite true.
you know how much Nigeria spend on treating typhoid every year.
That's quite true. That's quite true. It's a fair point to raise.
So let's give them. It's easy to give them water. Because
water. It's not that easy. The water is very easy. Capital intensive. You have to install pipes everywhere.
But you will make. Listen, if I was telling someone. I had a meeting with some people. I said, listen, if we could go to the Anambra State government and tell them to give us give us the authority to provide water to Anambra, I would look for money. I will invest every money I have on it. As long as you go.
Why do you prefer water? Why not power supply?
Yeah, I mean, let's do one that. Why I selected water is that because it's easier. Anybody can do it. We don't need government. Power.
I feel like it's harder.
No. Water is easy. City by city. Town by town. You don't need to do national grid and all those connections. No. You just city. For instance, on the channel. I mean, someone was asking me, how do you, because some of the rivers in Onitsha, for instance, they started drying up.
What are they going to use to pump the water?
Okay, so you can build a small, you can build a small turbine. To
pump the water. I can see you do make some good points, I have to say, because the point you made about boreholes often causing illnesses. And it does make sense. But I actually saw a borehole in Bielsa where the tank turns, the tank that is black on the outside, you see stripes of red lines on them from the water. I say, what is causing all that? He says the type of water. Sometimes the water that comes out is not proper. Like, wow.
Like your area, you have salt water, contaminated water. And you see someone like sometimes rats will climb in there and die inside.
Wow. That is bad, man. That is bad.
So we need to deliver Nigerians. Just give people so that at least health will be maintained. It will be healthier if they have treated water.
They have. I agree with you on that point. I think I'm sold on that point.
There is no way. I don't know.
Is there no way to have filtration systems? Even if you have pipe on water, but you put the filtration system in the taps, then when it comes out, it filters the issues, the germs and whatever that is in there out, so that people can drink. The reason why I say that is because for me, in my mind, I feel like power supply is a bigger problem.
It's a big but if for which one will you choose, like community? If you must select one, I would say
if
water.
I must select one, I will select power because I feel like
I will select water because
you can boil water. You can even boil water with this. If you get the water,
still, you boil water, you still wasting money, because when government treats water, okay, it's cheaper because they treat in bulk. So it's cheaper for the
people. You are right.
People.
I think you are right. On that point, you are right. In a way, just like generator 2, water serves one purpose mainly, which is to give people something to drink.
Water is life. Water is life. Electricity is not life. Water is life.
At this rate, electricity become life. It's becoming life.
I'm not saying that it's not important, but basic thing, like if United Nations, UNICEF, if they go to communities, what they provide is water. UNICEF project,
you are right, but I still feel I don't know how to argue with you because you are making a good point. I'm trying to see where
go to any people like if you see any community or every people that haven't had sheep, what they want is like Peter B is doing some community. Water, give them water. So people will stop fetching water. Do you know? I mean, like I grew up. When I was small, we used to when we go to the village, during Christmas, our river, where it was, the stream where we used to fetch water, it was long. And so my father would just, maybe call tanker people and they'll give us some water. If there will be a time when the people, they're busy, they won't bring water for us. We had to go to the stream. It was long. We used to dread it.
Imagine. I hear what you are saying. I don't know Why don't I have a good argument against this in terms of electricity? Because electricity, you can use it to access the internet, you can use it to do a lot of business, you can use it to communicate, you can use it to power your house, boil your water, food.
Yeah, but electricity cannot be electricity cannot be cheap. The tenant, they have to be paying. But what if landlord provides, like I say in US now, if they make the law the same in US now, I don't need to worry about it. Landlord, a tenant doesn't need to worry about water. The water must be there. The landlord has to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So in Nigeria,
I don't know how. Okay. But hold on. Pipe bomb water, yes, it gives people typhoid, but it's not everybody. It's not everybody gives typhoid, and not all the time. I know
no. See, in Nigeria,
yes.
Forefather, look in Nigeria, people put sock away where the all shit it goes to. They contaminate the water, the aquifer. They contaminate the water layer in the ground, and this water goes into all these boreholes. It's not healthy.
Yeah. Making, oh God, this I don't know what you ate today. You came up with points that I'm finding hard.
That's my specialty. I read geology, so I told you I did project for Lagos State government.
Oh my God! No wonder I jump on. You know you had it. No wonder I jump on this thing. No wonder you had a strong case on your side. You know what? I just feel like I can make a stronger case for electricity, but you came more prepared today, so I would think about it. If you're right, I'm not going to argue.
It's cheap, it's cheap.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
Oh my.
Because every local before in Nigeria, even my local government, my hometown, they had water. They were able to provide water then, but all those things they don't destroy all of those things. They were able to do it. So local people were able to do it. Onitsha, there was, Onitsha had their own. These people had their own. Even no NEPA, we will still get water. So if we force every local government,
it's crazy that
there's no place water runs in Nigeria. They said there's no place, no local government, no place with the pipe bomb water runs in Nigeria. I mean, they say it started in Enugu. I don't know how true. People say it runs, but I don't know. But like for a long time. All the water, or even like that was one of my anger with P2B, because then he was trying to he went to was it Belgium? I think Belgium. No, was it Belgium or Netherlands? Looking for how to bring water to Anambra. I was telling him, I grew up in Onitsha, just like P2B. I wasn't, but you were there, Onitsha, when they were laying that pipe. I was there, was small. I don't know when they were laying those pipes.
Yeah. Oh, man. I wish I can say that you know what, this is the kind of stuff that needs precise kind of analysis to see the dangers of borehole versus generator or lack of electricity. I feel like lack of electricity costs us a lot more money than typhoid and maybe even cholera.
You don't know how much Nigerians spend. Do you know how much this medication they use for typhoid now? This antibiotics they use from it's expensive now. So everybody in Nigeria talk to them about malaria and typhoid. That's the thing, malaria and typhoid all the time. Malaria and typhoid. They treat people at least once every 2 months. Or 3 months, they treat it. Wow. They spend that money treating typhoid. Yeah.
Okay,
and also like all this water. I don't know if you've gone to where they make sachet water, Nigeria drink. Those water they are contaminated. Some of them they put too much chemicals in the water, and after you keep them 2 days, 3 days, they start smelling. And some people, for instance, the Coca-Cola, the people that the Coca-Cola, they are ever water. Some people buy the bottle and they package, they make their own water. They put it and give it to those guys that sell Coca-Cola. When they come, they give it to them, and then they sell to people that is treated by Coca-Cola. It's crazy.
Nigerians are doing everything to.
Nigerians are dying every day. Nigerians are having so much issues. Liver, kidney. Do you know how many people? Okay, the doctor that was here last week said it. He go to these young people. So some of these things, caused by water, caused by, because when you start treating yourself with all these, some of this medication, a lot of it, they're toxic to your body. They keep, people buy, there was someone I told, stop treating typhoid because, every day you are treating typhoid. That medication must have side effect.
Yeah. Okay, Yado, while you are talking, I thought about this idea, and I have to say I will have to close out, and I must say that you're jumping on this topic. I think it's a good. I thank God you came because you were able to give me a lot to think about actually.
Okay, so let me answer someone. Someone asked question in the chat. Onitsha Water Works. Okay, what happened to Onitsha Water Works? The Onitsha Water Works. What was happening? The source of water was in Nkisi. So Nkisi started drying because usually one of the Nkisi started drying. I think some other rivers were supplying Nkisi, and those rivers were started drying also. So they were not getting water. But I was telling them, I was telling someone, work there before why didn't you guys explore River Niger? Because the river, in case the river empties into River Niger, it was like, oh, you need federal government. I said, no, why? Just get water, fight with the federal government. Just get water from River Niger.
Yeah, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? Stop you from getting water?
Yeah, so what are they going to do? Stop you? You go to court with them, and then you keep giving people water. Why you look for alternative? And why didn't you drill borehole? Because now people drill a lot of borehole in Nigeria, and the water layer and the the aquifer layer keep going deeper.
Yeah, it's dangerous. It's a dangerous thing. I hear your point on that. While you were talking, I was thinking that okay, since everybody's wage is very low right now, what if they gave them mortgages now and say, you know what, you are paying this property. Technically, it's as if you are paying rent, but you are not, because in reality, in time, when your income increases to a certain point, the money you are paying for rent will translate into, you start paying off the mortgage. In other words, you get a mortgage, but the time you actually start paying the mortgage coincides with when your income reaches a certain level. The reason why I'm saying this is not necessarily because one wants to do good. It's because if you have people start thinking that they have their own investment that they want to get to actually start paying for, that they're living in, they are more likely to be law abiding, for one, because they have a stake now. They have something that they are fighting for. They don't want to cut off a chance of them owning the property. And at the same time, they have something to, they are not paying rent for nothing. The rent eventually shifts into the mortgage, the property they are living in, because they're already paying rent right now. All you need to do is translate them now, because they don't have the deposit for the mortgage. They cannot necessarily pay into mortgage. You can give them a grace period. Even the people that are not earning enough. Let's say you are earning 250,000. It's not enough for you to pay a mortgage. So you give them the mortgage now, as long as the mortgage price doesn't increase in the future, because the price of that property is going to increase. Now you tell them to start paying for the mortgage when they start getting the money. I don't know how that works economically. Maybe it's a stupid idea, but there has to be a way of doing it so that people can start getting onto the housing market right now. Because I believe that when they get into the housing market, it's going to improve behavior. Because when you have a stake on the ground, you don't want to not go to work. You don't want to not pay your bills. You don't want to lose the mortgage. So it makes you want to work. That's what other countries do. That's why you see people in those countries uphold the law more.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Obi, someone asked me another question. Yeah, conversation. I don't know. Oka Water or Water Works stopped working as well, because I went to Unizik as well. So I used to I lived Tifite, and if you see Oka Water Works over across the express, that one stopped working. So a lot of things happened in Onitsha. Some of these government things, some people sold them off, like Fege Lawn Tennis Club. They wanted to say that one out, but the business guy who were playing there, was on them. They couldn't sell that one, but they sold part of it. They sold some places in where do you call it? where they call it Wangene. They sold some places in Wangene. They sold one place, Fege Playground. So I don't know, the government, the subsequent government, I don't know, they keep selling things that people, I don't know. So I don't know who sold that one. But for that, the thing is, for instance, Lagos, all these things, Nigeria, for you to start doing effect, mortgage where you give more, you need to build new cities. Okay, because for instance, Lagos now is saturated. Kind of, I'm not saying it's gonna be expensive to get land in Lagos and build and for so that someone can get lower mortgage. You have to like build new city, get out of Lagos. That's where to start. Because I don't think 60 million would build buy land, build a duplex in Lagos now. In most part of Lagos, except maybe Ikorodu or Badagry, I'm not sure. So 60 million. So the government, they have to start, building new cities.
I'm trying to explore it. Income is real low. Okay, Ja, today is your best day that I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like this. Almost every point you argue seems to stand on their own. You seem to know about
argued it, even I've given it like they asked me to write a proposal. I said it, I sent it to one commissioner in Anambra State. How do this. They asked me to write a proposal. I'm not writing. I don't need to. I'm giving you if you need expertise. There are people who have more knowledge than me. But if you want me to contribute, I'll contribute. To say what I know. But but you don't want to force me to write proposal. Right? Have people you are that work for you write a proposal. If they need to talk to me, let them talk to me. Because I like I told you, I did it. I worked as an IT student, and I wrote my report. Because it was just IT program for Lagos State Waterworks. We fed we go to waterworks. We dig boreholes around the waterworks, and then we feed the water the treatment plant. So. That was where I landed. Yeah. So they had a river like Ekbe, where I worked in Ekbe as well. Ekbe had a small river. They were getting water from the river, but it was not there. So we had to build, about 4 boreholes around that, and they, also to supplement.
Thank you. I think we have done almost 5 hours now. Thank you for coming in. You have made an excellent contribution today. I don't know how many people that have come here and almost completely reloaded every idea that I've got in one session. I don't think it has ever happened before. I thank you for doing that because it shows that you really know what you're talking about, including the income of Nigeria. That is scary, man. Nigerian income is very, very low.
The first I heard it, about 85% of Nigeria account, they don't have up to 250,000 in the account. I was already mad.
There was nowhere for me to hide. I was trying to every single time I checked, there was something I like.
Nigerians are poor. We don't understand. Nigerians are poor. Nigerians are poor.
1 to 5% they pay them 1 million a year. It's like that is crazy, man. That's really poor. That you don't have any. Our mortgage, our home ownership is even higher than people that get up to 1 million a month. Our home ownership is 20% to 25%, while people that earn up to 1 million is less than 5%. It's crazy, man. I think they need to do better. Nigeria needs to do better than that. I don't know. I think I have to figure. I'm trying to think about a way of creating a mortgage system, because the mortgage system is not only about the mortgage, it's also about giving people a stake in the system so that they too have a stake in making sure everything is working as it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I know, but again, also you have to consider how, if we do mortgage system, how many jobs will be created, what do they call it, the value chain of, that will be created also. So you check other things. For instance, insurance, car insurance. If you force people to get car insurance, I don't know how they do it in the UK, but here in US, you must have car insurance. In
the UK, you have to. Yeah.
So that's why you have a lot of agencies, dealing with car insurance. So do you know how many jobs that would be created if Nigeria force everybody? We must have car insurance, good car insurance. You create jobs. because agencies will just spring up.
What do you mean forefathers come back to reality? All these people that keep saying you are enemy of progress. I'm trying to I'm trying to go into places that are not reality. Reality is a dire situation right now. You have to go to areas that are beyond reality to bring a better this is standard of living to your people. You have to suggest things that are not within your reality right now. What do you mean that you come back to reality? This overhead reality? We have to find a way and a way to devise systems, because so far all the things I've checked while we are talking shows that mortgage is a very, very strict industry. They don't you have to have money to get in there.
The money has to be there. Government has to have that money, or banking. They need to have that money, and the rate needs to be like low, single digit.
Not
even up to, it shouldn't be up to 8%. 7 like in US, I think it's about 6 something, 7.
It's really tight.
Between 5 and 6 and 6.5 or something. So you have to have a single digit.
It will be all right. It will be all right. It will be all right. One day we are going to find a solution to this. Thank you for coming in, Okija. I really appreciate your contributions today. So let me just thank Chioma for the contribution of $10 US. And this you're asking a billion question, you are taking quality information from Okija, but what have you contributed? Instead, they are asking you to come back to reality. Well, you need to contribute to the channel. How is this channel? This is quality information here. I had to check up everything he has said and confirm that his suggestions are solid. I couldn't poke holes in it. There's very hard holes. I'm now trying to. I couldn't poke holes. That is quality you have received. Look at that. Look at what he's doing. So this is the money you are donating. This is the money. We need dollars. This is how you get quality people coming here to give you quality advice. This is how it's supposed to be. You guys should try to support the channel, because it's money. And okay, don't do money. Do likes. Go and do your likes and share with other people, because this talk about mortgages and home ownership in Nigeria is a very, very serious issue. And I think that's why Nigerians feel really, really poor. Because if you don't own a home, it's like you have not started as a man, as a family. You are just living from hand to mouth, and the only hope you have is to be able to build your own. And because Nigerians build from scratch, it's a form of mortgage, because when you can't pay, you wait. Then later on, when you can start commencing the building again, you carry on paying. It's a form of mortgage. But you are often restricted to village areas if you don't have a lot of money. Even if you have money, it takes ages to be able to meet the payment. So why not just, because while you are building, you are still renting. So it's double payment. You see what I mean? You are paying for the building, and you are also paying for your rent. But if it's mortgage, you are paying for your rent while you are paying for your house at the same time. You are all in one. So it's somewhat more efficient if you can contain it in one. And economically, it's going to benefit people. And this 1 year rent payment too is not a very good idea. It's also pushing a lot of people pushing them into poverty, really. I don't know where they got the idea that people have to pay one annually. And people that don't have enough money, people that want to dare to go do something, they will not dare it because they don't have the capital to start paying for 1 year's rent. So there are so many things to do to improve Nigerian society. I can suggest 10 different things here that are not that hard to just do to improve people's lives a little bit. And before you know it, Nigeria will start changing. Like even generators, personally, I would ban generators in all the markets. All these private generators they have, all of them, ban them from Zone 3 market, all the markets in Abuja, ban them. In Lagos, after all, they ban Okada, the whole world didn't collapse. Ban it, and so that they have 2 or 3 major generators. Fund the banks to give them the necessary funding to fund it. And because they all have their meters in their shop, whoever is using electricity will pay for it. Simple. If you cannot pay for your electricity, don't use it. And if you want to use it and not pay, then leave the market. There's no point of being there instead of having noise pollution all over the place. That's where you start from. Then you start extending it to estates, and further, before you know it, you have a more efficient energy system. Instead of You have everywhere roadside mechanics, generator fixer trying to fix tiny generators everywhere. There are ways to clean up the system slowly. Then it gives time for the national grid to bounce back. That's the government that actually wants to do something the right way for the Nigerian people. But that said, you can make 1,000 suggestions. If the people in office don't care for it, what are you going to do? But I really hope that somebody wakes up one day and say, you know what, we're able to ban Okada. Let's ban the way they are using generators in that country. Maybe sooner or later they go after the boreholes too and say, you know what, this borehole is a health hazard. Let's start phasing it out too. City by city, maybe street by street, gradually phase the boreholes out too. This is how you solve problems. I don't see why we have to settle for boreholes and generators on and on and on and on. All right. Thank you for coming in, and let me call out. I've already thanked Chioma, and I appreciate you, Chioma, for the donation. JJ Win, thank you for joining us. Guy Walele, long time. Thank you for joining us too. Obino, I see you there too. Obino with 1 billion questions. And Highbury 10, Fofada and Okija. Why on one close? We are here 5 hours. What do you mean why on one close? You donate now. Maybe we'll stay here another 30 minutes. If you donate, people have to go home now. Okija has given us a lot of pause, things to talk about, think about. Nigerians, we talk about how Nigerians are poor and everything, but to actually see the figures, that's what I believe in. When I see the figures, I'm like, oh, that's not good. That is bad. That is really bad. And you have to figure out a way to change those figures so that people can actually be able to afford these things. And Chioma is the special guest of honor today. I have to give it to her. She came and just put her hand in her pocket. Pansat too. Pansat did very well. And Mr. Triumph, I see you there too. And people that I don't mention, don't take it personal. Kizzy, TKO, I see you there, TKO. If I don't mention you, Oga, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. And as always, I have to thank this Okija for doing us a solid today, coming in to shed light on this. He didn't bounce in here for nothing. You came here to really give us facts, to shut me up proper. AY will just say, yes. AY, I didn't know that. I didn't know some of the things that I learned today. So I really appreciate that. What I've learned today, I'm now going to go and do a homework and see whether there are ways to circumvent some of all these problems. I like to find solutions to things like that. So
we can talk more about simple things, even like health. Like how local communities could do health. Just buy people blood pressure medicine. Things like that.
Man, people that have died last. Okay, the people that people that I know, people that are close to me that have died in the last just 3 weeks alone is surprising.
Yeah, and all this blood pressure medicine is not expensive, which about I don't know how much they sell now in Nigeria, but I believe that with 2,000 naira you can buy your blood pressure medicine for a month. So a lot of things are.
Obino, I agree with you today on this one. Emphasize health insurance. I think health insurance is in Nigeria. People should be taking it more seriously. And, I'm even trying to get somebody to get their health insurance today. For months, I've been telling him, get your health insurance. Let me help you sort it out. So these things are important. And the thing I also notice in Nigeria is that if you die and you don't have children, they will try to go and bury you as quickly as possible, as if your life meant nothing. What people don't understand, when people pass, you want to know why. You want to know why they passed. Don't just go and bury them, because you don't know what resulted in their death could save lives. This thing that people just die, like, let's go and bury them because they don't have children. It's like, what is that all about? Don't do that. And a lot of people are passing in Nigeria for taking the wrong medicine. According to Okija, they get typhoid. And believe me, I know Nigerians do get typhoid quite a bit. And that's why I'm beginning to think that, that pipe-borne water is quite a problem. And we really need to figure out a way to deal with all those things. And electricity too. Don't forget to all these wicked allies who build flyovers. Let him go and solve electricity. People like to praise him in Abuja all the time. Oh, like he's doing work, he's joining roads together. I'm like, let him do roads. Let him go and do electricity. How many times are people on the road? If you're on the road, maybe when you're going out now and again, hey, I be return. You see, you have to remind our people. You have to remind our people.
Thank you, Highbury.
$10. Highbury 10. Highbury 10. That is Highbury of Arsenal 10. That is how it's supposed to be. Highbury and Chioma, thank you. Thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. And the health, oh my God, he's saying we should not. God. You are literally saying we should not close. I wanted to close out. Oh God, and I said I was going to say 30 minutes. Okay, now let's just start talking. Let's carry on talking now. So I don't have any solution to this housing problem. I have to stay away from that one. This South African one, this problem in South Africa that has been going on, it's becoming a very, very disturbing development that I've seen in that country. I feel like almost, when you say you should not blame everybody for a country's image, where some people are doing something and you blame the whole people. In the case of South Africa, it's like it's becoming like majority of them are like that. They don't defend innocent people. They are not sorry for what is going on. The people that actually know what they are doing is bad. They are minorities, and when they talk, they hound them in the country. For people to get hounded, it means majority are in support of what is going on in the country. And the consequences that are going to flow from that, Southern Africa is relatively small. The Hausa population in Nigeria is more than the population of South Africa, Lesotho, Botswana, Namibia, and I think one other country. Those are the countries of Southern SADC countries. When you hear SADC today, DRC is in there, Angola is in there, Malawi is in there, Tanzania is in there, Mozambique is in there. These countries are not originally part of SADC. SADC, which is South Africa technically, went on to acquire them into their organization, saying it's an economic organization to benefit these countries. How many of these countries are doing so well today because of SADC? I'm not so sure they are doing very well. And at the same time, South Africa is getting $36 billion every year from African countries. And where does all this money that they're getting from African countries go to? It goes to their elites. And whom are the elites? A tiny population at the top of the country. They are the ones that get all the money. So basically, South Africa is using Africa as a way of making the minority I think the minority are white people, really. The minority richest people are white people. As a matter of fact, the top 5 richest South Africans are not. It's only one black person that shows up on that list. The top 5, and the rest are just Europeans. So most of the money that they get from Africa goes to this elite. And I look at it from that point of view, and I say, why are Africans patronized? Why have we elevated South Africa so much? Is it because we fought for South Africa? Our logic is wrong. It should be the other way around. They should be the ones enriching us, not the other way around. Yes, Nigeria sells them crude oil, but we can sell crude oil to anybody. Crude oil is something everybody seeks. But the businesses that they do within our country, they are hoovering money from our country. As a matter of fact, Shore sued MTN, if I'm not mistaken, that they are stealing our data. Till today, the way my data is going when I buy MTN data, I don't know. I'm still trying to find out where the data goes. Whether we are the ones actually using it. The data goes so fast. And I'm in the UK where I use data a lot. But in Nigeria, it's scary how fast it goes. And if they are doing something to kind of manipulate how the data behaves and for them to take your more of your money, that's something the Nigerian government really need to look into, because if Shore is able to take them to court, there must be a reason why that is the case. So that is one aspect. And you look at they go and perform in music in other countries, and they make money out of it. They make money in so many different ways, from banking. Stanbic Bank belongs to South Africa, And to be fair, they do offer services like mortgage services. Even in Nigeria, Stanbic Bank is offering mortgages in Nigeria. But at the same time, why are they the ones kicking African people's teeth in every day? We are enriching them. Why are we doing that? Why is Nigeria not using this opportunity to expand our influence on the continent? Why South Africa is receding? Because when I say South Africa should recede, I'm not saying black South Africa should necessarily recede, because this madness that is going on, I think it's going to pass. There are still black people and they are not necessarily a direct problem at the moment. But I don't understand why we pack so much of our resources and give it to minority Europeans in that continent, from hoovering it up from black African countries. I don't want to make this about race, but why is it that we are always on the losing end of all these equations? We have to, and these equations tend to be along the lines of race. Why is it that we are not getting money from Oyibo people and bringing it to Africa? Why is it not the other way around? I wish it was equal, so that everybody is getting a win-win situation. Why is it that we are always the butt of the joke all the time on the continent? So when I look at what is going on in that country, I feel like 40 years ago we're helping them. Today, they are the one kicking Nigerians all over the place, only to find out that under 300 Nigerians are in their prisons out of 77,000 prisoners in South Africa. Out of 77,000 prisoners in Africa, 177, not 77, 177,000 prisoners in South Africa, Nigerians make up less than 300.
And they are calling Nigerians criminals and stuff. We just didn't get our acts together. Someone I was talking, I have a Ghanaian friend, so like sometimes he would just tell me that that you people are waste. That Nigeria is supposed to be the United States where we're supposed to be coming. The whole of Africa will be coming to look for job and things. Also get their BRN together and go back to their country. So yeah, that's what happened to us. So we're not providing the leadership. There's no way you can command respect in the world if you don't have economic. You have to start with economic power, and then maybe build a military power. But first, the most important, like economic power. You can have military power.
No, don't start now. Okay, don't start. No, this is not your territory. Don't start.
No. You can have like North Korea. You can have military power, but then they will just be afraid of you. But your citizens, they still want to escape. So you are not strong.
Okay, hold on. Why do we believe
look at Japan?
Want to escape? Why do we believe they want to escape? Some of them escape doesn't mean all of them want to escape. Do you think?
No, but if you're in a country, when you open the like for instance in Nigeria, where if you ask about 10 people if they want to go, at least in Nigeria about 6-7 people will tell you that they want to go. So yes. I think the same thing. Yeah. I think the same thing. Could you imagine if South Korea, where it is illegal, it is punishment by death or whatever, or to camp or whatever, to if you try to escape, and people try it. So that means things are really that difficult. And if you hear stories of people that have escaped, they tell you what they you listen to what they went through, to escape. And people who pay for their children after they escape to smuggle their children to get out. You see like because I mean like even if in US, if you escape, maybe because of Trump, US citizens, because he doesn't want to be under Trump, escape, leave. He will not be, like spending money trying to, to have a child or whatever, his friend.
No, but do we know that people leave America due to mass shootings? People leave America due to mass shootings alone. So
yeah, some people make a few people make their education, they make a decision based on for their children's education to send them to some other country, but it's few. But still, with all those things going on, but you have to know that somehow school shooting is not a essential threat. Hunger is. Hunger is.
Hunger is. I think part of the reason why Nigerians leave is not necessarily because of only hunger. It's because they don't have any. They feel like the government they don't have any stake in the country. The government is basically driving them out. Basically, if you want to be crass about it, the way the government
because
behaves,
of the way the country is working. Okay, for instance, I was checking these guys. There was some people were making an argument, or because of OP that he said he would do one thing. They were like, one term is not enough. It was like, but Jack Conde did one term. And we remember him, today in Lagos, what he did, what's his name? Tafawa Balewa, how many months, how many years was he in office? It was, I think, they were in their second term when they were overthrown. Even but I think he came to power in 1959 or so. So you see all these things these people did, within that short time, they were in power. They didn't see what is going on here. So people then, they were not trying to escape Nigeria. They would like go to study and come back. But now people, will go to study and then, we don't want to come back. Chinese, like I think I've talked about it, their Sea Turtle program, because China, again, we don't have a Nigeria, we don't have I don't know, also we don't have a country, we don't have like, this national team, we belong to Nigeria. We second half, like lose. We are the whole of us is not weaved around Nigeria. We are just like, whatever, this is like a vehicle. So Nigeria is like a vehicle to most of us, not like, something we don't want to die for. But you see, like Japanese, the way they are, Chinese, the way they are, they want to die for. They are so passionate about their country. I was talking with this Chinese businessman, he was, you see how they compete, okay? So we're talking about, I was supposed to come to his city. And he was telling me, okay, he was telling me that if I come now, it will be difficult that that it's okay, but it will be difficult that I will land in Beijing and they will come to drive me from Beijing. It will take about 2 hours to come, 2 hours to go. But, he was also, don't worry. All the businessmen in their park, they are building airport. They're building their own airport. So their flights will land in their city. So like, you don't see talk about, Nigeria, it's kind of that, people, like they know they're invested in this country. They want to do something for this country. We don't have all those things. So until we have that, people continue to go. Just like this argument, I wanted to come in there earlier when I think someone was talking about this girl that greeted Tony Elumelu, called him Tony. And then I was just thinking about it because it's the way our country is. We just borrow. We don't like have anything. We just borrow. And then until we're confused. We look at Japan. Japan is one of the most advanced countries in the whole world. In health, in every sector they advance, but they weave their culture, modernity. That's the way they you go to Japan, we meet people, they bow to each other. Since everybody, it's like sensei, minister, you meet their prime minister of prime minister will bow to you. Sensei, you see, we go to work, they call each other sensei, somebody who's older than you, sensei. Sensei, it's their culture. We don't know what you want. You want to be like this people. We want to be like this people. And end of the day, we're confused. So
I think the reason why that lady's interaction with Elumelu, Mr. Elumelu, caused a ruckus is because many Nigerians have sensed it in the younger generation. They seem to have lost a sense of difference to elders. They just want to refer to elders, because they are surfing social media all the time. This is part of the damage I was saying that social media is doing to our population, because our leaders don't control access to it like other countries. Any self-respecting country will control access that you have to social media, but our leaders just open it, let our people just see.
But if Japan, they have access to social media, but they
control it too. They control
it. Japan.
Let me check it.
Not Japan. Japan has freedom. They have so many stuff. They have porn movie industry. They have so many stuff. The Japan is open. It's an open society kind of, but they are, because of their culture. But everything revolve around their culture. Shame and all those things. They still have it. Japan, if someone want to, they used to if they want to buy themselves, buy themselves. they used to like go in front of the train, go stand, the train will buy them. So the government was started doing if you go by yourself in front of the train, people will be charged, for the delay, for the train delay. So because they want to know, they don't want to, bring shame to their family, for the family to pay. They start buying the same front of the plane. So the culture is still built, don't bring shame to your family. But in Nigeria, we used to have that. So, but we kept, it's not that it's not everything about our culture is bad. There are certain things, we were supposed to like it's East African. They adopted the Swahili. They have something in common. We don't have in Nigeria. We speak broken, but how many? Yeah, I know, but it's not like Swahili. East Africans, speak. We don't have something that bind us together in Nigeria. So that's why it's difficult for us to build a nation. It's difficult for us, somebody to say, like I'm doing this for my country. You see how the other people lived. Tafawa Balewa, Awolo with them, the way they lived, they were like, they were doing for their region, but they knew, but again, like if you're a good Igbo man, you must be a good, you'll be a good Nigerian, because there's nothing about Igbo that, that will not make you a good Nigerian. So even if Awolo was, into his, his region, he was still building in Nigeria. But now we don't even have people who are building their state. We don't have people who
Okay, let me read what I'm seeing just now. It says Japan grapples with the risk of social media in pursuing options for protecting children online. And this is what I'm talking about. Like the UK now, there are some channels that you can't access in the UK, completely blocked. Like you can access it in other parts of the world, you can't access it in the UK. So, and that is UK that is heart of democracy. In Switzerland, I think
in the US now, or some states like Texas, you can access some porn site in Texas. You have to register.
Ban it.
They make sure you are 18. You have to show your driver license before.
So they have but in Nigeria they don't have that restriction. Everything in Nigeria is free to access.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's not our problem to start with, because in Japan, like that's open, they still have. If it's Japan, I think the safest country in the whole world. One of the safest countries in the whole world.
They are open. When they say they are open, remember they are also the most advanced. One of the one of the most advanced countries in the world.
One of the most advanced.
So when I say advanced, technologically one of the most advanced, and in terms of development, in terms of infrastructure and
education, they study in Nihongo. Their science is in Nihongo, their language.
Exactly. Exactly, in their own language. You see, because that is a kind of barrier for them engaging with English websites anyway. So that barrier is already there naturally because of the language barrier. If they speak English as their national language, that barrier would not be there. Like in India now, they have their own social media in India. They don't tend to use, if Indians were using social media, Twitter the way we do, they would dominate it easy. But they don't use it because they use their own. Russia, the same thing. China, the same thing. So we open the floodgate for everybody to come into our lives. And the consequence of what is happening, this is what you see with Elumelu is going to be small. Because they are, I'm telling you, I've seen Nigerians like, they will be watching this thing.
I agree with you. We have problem.
They are watching it all the time. So yes, we have done 5 hours now, and we have to go. It has been an excellent conversation. This, when a lot of people are not gathering, it seems to be more easy going conversation. A lot of arguments and bitter fights and all the rest. It's when people get a little bit tight. I don't know why it's not very. I think it's because the election season is not very, it's not in full swing, and it appears Nigerians have mellowed a little bit and like, let's take it easy. So thank you all for joining us. I'm going to Sir Wars. I see you there. Look at that. No, don't start AY. Enemy of progress. He decided to just show up now. Want to start asking for a link. We are closing at 5 hours. We've done 5 hours today. And AY, I did ask you to join something. Remember? So try to come on, because I think Masca was looking for you. I don't know how you guys communicated with yourselves. So look into that. And no, not send link. What do you mean send link? Stop it. Stop saying said leak. Sir Wars, thank you for joining us. So I'll be closing out. It's been an excellent conversation. AY gave us great ideas, and believe in me, Okija has given me a lot to think about. Sometimes this is why we are on this platform. You come and you learn. You just come and you learn. This is what I was saying. Today I think I probably learned more than I actually shared. So thank you all for joining us. I'm going to play us out now with some of our favorite songs and some of our traditional songs too. Bye everyone.
Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Stay on the road chasing my dream because I know. Chasing for me. Wanna love like a man, my love. Barakoto ikisha my love. If you want to let you come along, no they find anybody no money I want. No they hear what the people they talk. What the I shall get it till love. That's a life from no one, no get another one. I go take and do it till I love.
Iṣẹ́ ló ṣe ni ọba mi á fìrí gbogbo.